Hey, what's up? Improvement Warrior, Jason Yun, back with you again. Welcome to the next Improvement Warrior podcast. This is the Unknown Death Causers, part 3. This is cell phones, wireless radiation, all that stuff, non-native EMF, aka electro-pollution. As I said, it is Unknown Death Causer number 3. Unknown Death Causer number 1 was sunglasses. That is episode 31. And Unknown Death Causer number 2 was sunscreen. And that was episode 36. I do not know what episode this will be when it comes out. I will, obviously say, but yeah. So let's get into it. This is a long one. This is the most research I've ever done on a podcast and on a topic, and because of it, I now carry my phone in a Faraday bag, and I do have a case, an EMF case. This is from Smart Sleeve, but I tested it, and there's still radiation coming out of it, even though the phone is on airplane mode. I'll do a video on that eventually, but yeah, and after going through all this stuff, I mean, the phone, I have said it before, and I will continue to say it again, it is the biggest detriment to your health. So if you do not take care of it and mitigate the EMF as much as you can, then you're going to have problems. And it's basically all the major problems that the society, especially America, is dealing with. Okay, so the cancers, the heart disease, the brain diseases, stroke, Alzheimer's, infertility, obesity, diabetes. Okay, everything. Okay, everything is included. I mean, blue light and EMF. These are the main causes for pretty much all diseases that we see. So those are the two big logs in the fire, and then you've got the little kindling. Okay, so that could be nutrition. You don't move, you don't work out, all the other stuff that people think is killing people, but it's not. Okay, it's just surface stuff, kindling. All right, so let's get into this podcast. If you do know anybody who does need to listen to this, so they're wearing wireless devices all day long, AirPods, Apple Watches, they're putting their phone on their head, they're walking around with their phone in their pocket all day long. They go home, they put it on their gut, they put it on their balls, they put it on their vagina, all the areas that should not be. Then please forward this out to them. And of course, please rate the podcast. That is our bro or sister handshake for the podcast. So just on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, please go down on your phone and give the Improvement Warrior podcast a 5-star review. And of course, share this podcast out. And if you do want to support the podcast, you can do that on Patreon, improvementwarriorfitness.com/Patreon. But let's get into this. I will be recording this in several sections. So you may, if you're watching the video, you may see me in different clothing and hats and blue blockers, and maybe I'll be outside for 1 or 2. All right, let's get into it. So, Improvement Warrior Podcast, Unknown Death Causers, number 3, cell phones, AirPods, smartwatches, and more, whatever you want to call. All right, so we're going to get into it. A lot of research. And I broke down the main points of the research. So the first thing that I am going to be covering is something from Magda Havis, who is an EMF expert. And this study was called The Bibliography of Reported Biological Phenomenon Effects and Clinical Manifestations Attributed to Microwave and Radio Frequency Radiation. And so this was an article she wrote. This paper was from October 4th, 1971. Okay. So as a research report, it was commissioned by the Naval Medical Research Institute and was authored by Zorach, aka Zori R. Glazer, PhD, LT, MSc, USNR. In 1971, he had 2,300 references to documents that detailed the biological effects of radio frequency and microwave radiation from various technologies, including radar and mobile communications, navigational devices, and physical therapy devices such as microwave and shortwave diathermy. Dr. Glaser informed me, or Magda, that he had produced 9 supplements to the original 1971 bibliography, and now had cited well over 6,000 studies on the bioeffects and health effects of radio frequency and microwave radiation. And a number of these studies showing that exposure to RF microwave radiation was able, under certain conditions and circumstances, to produce changes, some of which could be considered dangerous, even at low levels where such exposure did not heat the body. And we'll get into that. That's thermal or ionizing effects versus non-ionizing effects. We'll get into that big time, because that's what the big phone, big technology companies are using to get away with irradiating you, pretty much. For those of you who are new to the dangers of RF microwave radiation, federal guidelines in Canada, the US, the United Kingdom, Germany, Japan, New Zealand, and those recommended by the World Health Organization, the WHO, which is a terrorist organization with misinformation as their main weapon of choice, are based on thermal effects. They say if it does not heat you, it does not hurt you, which is complete and utter bullshit. These countries' organizations deny that electromagnetic fields cause biological effects below the thermal threshold for microwave radiation. And we will put that to shame with this podcast. All right, so Dr. Glaser worked for the US Navy and also the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. Dr. Glaser had kept all the papers, and what we learned from them is that we have known the harmful non-thermal, non-ionizing effects of radiation since the 1950s. Russian guidelines for harmful effects was set at 10 microwatts per centimeter squared. The US started their reference range at 100,000 microwatts, which was only for a few weeks before they realized they messed up big time. Then they moved it down to 10,000, which lasted for years, and eventually they moved it to 1,000 microwatts per centimeter squared. But United States, 1,000, Russia, 10. Okay? So I'm going to read to you Dr. Glaser's, I'm going to read to you chapter 1 and the effects that he found here. And in the show notes, so it'll be improvementwarriorfitness.com/UDC3 will be the link to go to the show notes. So this paper will be there. You can download it and read the entire thing if you want. All right. So I am reading chapter 1 here. All right. So chapter 1, reported biological phenomenon, also known as effects, and some clinical manifestations attributed to microwave and radio frequency radiation. And I'm just going to go over like the main things. So there's many different topics, and then the topics have subcategories that they go into. So A, heating of organs, applications, diathermy, electrosurgery, electrocoagulation, dissection, electrotomy, whole body temperature regulation defects, the skin, bone and bone marrow, the lens of the eye, cataractus or cataract lesions due to avascular nature of the lens, which prevents adequate heat dissipation, corneal damage, and some of this is it's hard to see because it's old. Brain sinuses, fetal implants, and the effects are generally reversible except for 4A, which is the lens of the eye as cataract lesion or corneal damage. Okay? So I've said it before, the eye is the most important organ, muscle, whatever you want to call it, for health. As your eye goes, your eye is the gateway into the brain. As your eye health goes, your brain health will go, and your percent heteroplasmy will go up, and you will basically be presented with lots and lots of symptoms of disease and eventually full-blown disease if the eye detriments and the eye progress continues and you do not change it. B, changes in physiologic function. So muscle contraction issues, alteration of diameter of blood vessels, changes in oxidative processes in the tissues and organs, liver enlargement, altered sensitivity to drug stimuli, decreased sperm, so decreased fertility, which we're having a major issue with now, altered sex ratio of births, so more girls are born, altered menstrual activity, altered fetal development, decreased lactation in nursing mothers, reduction in diuresis, so urine output, altered renal function, so decreased filtration, changes in conditioned reflexes, I can't read that one, changes in the structure of skin receptors, and altered blood flow rate. Okay, and keep in mind this is from 1971. Okay, there was no cell phones, there was just basically electrical power lines, radar, that kind of stuff. I did make an entire podcast going over infertility and the problems that we have. So I'll link that up. I think it's improvementwarriorfitness.com/fertility or infertility. You can listen to that whole one. All right, so note, these effects are listed without comment or endorsement since the literature abounds with conflicting reports. In some cases, the basis for reporting an effect was a single or non-statistical observation, which may have been drawn from a poorly conceived and poorly done experiment. So we're still in the changes in physiological function, alterations in biocurrents of the cerebral cortex, changes in the rate of clearance of tagged ions from tissue, reversible structure changes in the cerebral cortex, electrocardiogram changes, alterations in sensitivity to light, sound, and smell stimuli, functional and pathological changes in the eye, decrease in the size of your blind spot, altered color recognition, changes in intraocular pressure, trembling of the eyelids, lens opacity and coagulation, altered tissue respiration, myocardial necrosis, hemorrhage in the lungs, liver, gut, and brain, generalized degeneration of all body tissues, loss of anatomical parts, death, dehydration, altered rate of calcification of certain tissues. C, central nervous system effects, headaches, insomnia, restlessness, awake and during sleep, electroencephalographic changes, so EEG changes, cranial nerve disorders, I can't read that word, conditioned reflex disorders, issues with heart, sympathetic issues, seizures, convulsions. D, autonomic nervous system effects, neurovegetative disorders, so alterations with the heart rhythm, fatigue, structural alterations in the synapses of the vagus nerve, stimulation of the parasympathetic nervous system, bradycardia, and inhibition of the sympathetic nervous system. E, peripheral nervous system effects, So the effects are on locomotive nerves. F, psychological disorders, human behavioral studies, the so-called psychophysiologic and psychosomatic responses. A general bad feeling, depression, impotence, anxiety, lack of concentration, hypochondria, dizziness, hallucinations, sleepiness, insomnia, increased irritability, decreased appetite, loss of, I can't read that word, scalp sensations, increased fatigability. Fatigue is, as far as I know, is and was, as of 2012, number one reason that people went to see the doctor was for fatigue. So fatigue is basically you're losing energy. Okay, chest pain, tremors of the hands. G, behavioral changes, reflexive, operant, avoidance, and discrimination behaviors. To blood disorders, and it just goes on and on. So you got vascular disorders, you've got enzyme and other biochemical changes. You've got metabolic disorders, so sugar in the urine, diabetes, increase in urinary alterations of the rate of metabolic enzyme processing, altered carbohydrate metabolism, gastrointestinal disorders, okay, endocrine gland changes, histological changes, gastric and chromosome changes, so chromosome changes, pearl chain effect, so intracellular orientation of subcellular particles and orientation of cellular and other non-biological particles. Then miscellaneous effects, sparking between dental fillings, peculiar metallic taste in mouth, changes in optical activity and colloidal solutions, treatment for syphilis, skin diseases, loss of hair, brittleness of hair, sensations of buzzing, vibrations, pulsations, tickling about the head and ears, so basically tinnitus, copious perspiration, salivation, and protrusion of the tongue, changes in the operation of pacemakers, changes in circadian rhythms. Okay, so that's it. That's just chapter 1 on Dr. Glazer's thing. Again, the whole thing will be in the show notes at primatewarriorfitness.com/UDC3. All right. So let's get into the next thing. So this is another article on RFR, radio frequency radiation. So it is called Cell Phone Radiation Exposure Limits and Engineering Solutions. So the highlights, and I'll have links to all the articles in the show notes. So if you want to go there and find the absolute truth for what's going on. So these are obviously non-funded by big tech studies. Okay, so this is going over kind of like the safety limits and how they're just completely bogus. So and how they got by with those bogus safety limits and how they're still getting by putting up more cell towers and more 5G towers and all that stuff. So the safety limits promoted by the IEEE and the International Commission of Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection have been adopted by many nations, despite the fact that these limits were only aimed at protecting workers and the public from acute heating effects of RFR. Okay, so remember the ionizing versus non-ionizing. Okay, these limits ignore the non-thermal interactions between RFR fields and the free electric charge present within living tissues. So basically our biology. In addressing the potential health effects of RFR, the IEEE focused on its non-ionizing property to emphasize its innocuousness. This is highly misleading since living tissues are already and unavoidably ionized. The fact that non-ionizing radiation cannot ionize molecules does not prove that it is harmless. Other mechanisms beyond ionization are at work. producing deleterious health impacts. The vital process called oxidative phosphorylation is long recognized to depend on sustained mitochondrial electron and proton flows. And I say it all the time, the base level of health. So imagine your health as a pyramid. The base level of that pyramid is electrons and protons. Okay? So if you're a health expert, your food guru, your personal trainer, your CrossFit coach, boot camp coach is not talking about electrons and protons, it's time to find another expert because they are probably feeding you BS lines about health. All life rests on metabolism, which itself depends on the rapid transfer of electrons and protons within or between molecules. It is this electrical traffic seated in the inner mitochondrial membranes of cells which is responsible for the generation of adenosine triphosphate, ATP, the energy currency of living cells. Consequently, RFR does not need to reach ionizing thresholds to interact with electrical charges and disrupt metabolism. RFR can act on the free electrical charges spontaneously generated by normal physiologic processes. Okay? So basically, AKA non-native EMF can destroy your electrical potential. We are electric bodies. So if you have not read the book, The Body Electric by Robert O. Becker, highly, highly recommended. The reduction in oxygen that is part of oxidative phosphorylation inevitably yields reactive oxygen species, ROS, in living cells due to the leakage of electrons at cytochrome complexes 1 and 3. And these leakages are increased by exposure to RFR or non-native EMF. The wireless industry has often claimed that there is no mechanism by which RFR can interact with biological systems at exposure levels below their thermal recommendations. In fact, the mechanisms are quite clear, involving the involving the disruption by RFR fields of the movement of charged particles, electrons, and protons that are spontaneously liberated by all living systems. These electric movements, which often occur over very short distances, are ruled not only by Coulomb's law, but by quantum mechanics and the physics of non-equilibrium and non-linear systems. Living tissues are fundamentally different from metallic electrical conductors in their interactions with RFR. They contain both free electrons and free protons, while metals only allow for the movement of electrons. Yet living systems share an exquisite sensitivity to RFR with metals. Metallic conductors conduct readily because their electrons behave like degenerate Fermi gas. Biological tissues, like metals, are easily disturbed by vanishingly small RFR fields, by the way of quantum mechanical tunneling of both electrons and protons in the respiratory enzymes and in the DNA molecule. So this explains why very small RFR fields impact life's processes. And it's also why we are losing insects, the bees are dying, frogs are changing sexes and dying all over the place. One good book is Elizabeth Colbert's book, The Sixth Extinction. Okay? And if you do not know, we are currently in the sixth extinction event right now. And one of the main reasons for it is the RFR, the non-native EMF that we are experiencing, and continues to grow because idiots like Elon Musk continue to put rockets up in space and shoot it down from above. Okay. It is the multiplicity of these RFR points of biological actions that explain why the Oceania Radiofrequency Scientific Advisory Association database on electromagnetic fields, BioEffects, already lists 400 scientific papers describing altered enzyme activity at power levels that are typical of everyday exposures, much below the safety thresholds that are promoted by the ICNRP's industry guidelines. So there are 7 fundamental blind spots in the IEE ICNIRP's evaluation of biological effects of RFR. Blind spot number 1, RFR toxicology and risk assessment. So the principle of threshold risk assessment is to look for transitions as one increases the intensity of exposure on cellular, animal, or population targets. In the late 1960s, when the discussion of RFR safety limits started, there were already many papers documenting non-thermal biological impacts at RFR levels much lower than the current safety limits. So with this, it should have been lowered in orders of many, many magnitudes. Okay, because remember, Russia set theirs at 10, United States set theirs at 1,000. Okay, that's 100 times greater. But the IEEE instead chose to just focus on the heat and the thermal effects, and they claimed the observable results were not reproducible. Okay, and that's not, yeah, that's not science. So, but in science, it's very hard to get the same results due to a number of factors. Okay, it's why we cannot do the same. So the original calories in versus calories out data was done with monkeys in the 1930s. Okay, we cannot reproduce the fields that we had in the 1930s. So you'll never get the same results. And it's also why today the calories in, calories out model is absolutely stupid. So moving more and eating less is a recipe for disaster, and it's a recipe for destroying your health, destroying your hormones, and all that stuff. Okay? But I digress. In biomedicine, as opposed to physics or engineering, it's also impossible to reproduce molecular, genetic, cellular, and animal studies exactly. Biologic material and its genetic and microbiome variations, for example, is inherently more difficult to control. Although there were reliable and repeatedly observed indicators of cell injury signals, such as calcium efflux and oxidative stress, with highly likely connections to human diseases. These studies were not considered by the IEEE as indicative of the adverse character of RFR. This opinion runs counter to the advice of the International Agency for Research on Cancer, for which oxidative stress has commonly been connected to DNA mutations. Okay? A legal challenge to the thermal views of ANSI 1966 and of the commercial practices of the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, was only successfully mounted in 2020 by multiple plaintiffs, including the Environmental Health Trust and the Children's Health Defense in the U.S. Federal Appeals Court. Okay, and more lawsuits are being filed basically every week against the FCC and big tech. The 1966 committee and studies was performed on mostly military, and today most people own a cell phone. Okay, 1966, I mean, nobody did, probably just the military. So 1960s, we didn't have all the cell towers. We didn't even have 1G. Now we're all the way up to 5G, and they've already run the 6G summit. The elite has run the 6G summit, so it is coming. Okay, most of these cell phone users put their cell phones on their head. So if you are doing that, you need to stop immediately. Okay. I just did a post on EMF cases. So there's Defender Shield is what I recommend, improvementwarriorfitness.com/Defender Shield. But even with a case, never ever put it on your head. Okay? It's just common sense. Okay? By now, from what I've read, you should know that, but if not, then come on, get with the program. All right, but with the IEEE settings, the guidelines, and focus on the heat, the thermal effects, the guidelines were able to be set much higher. This document addresses heat as the only established effect of RFR and is clearly outdated and wrong based on many hundreds of scientific studies published on non-thermal effects over the past 25 years. The symbiotic role of IEEE, ICNIRP, and the FCC in marketing of wireless devices can be summarized. The world's largest technical professional organization dedicated to advancing technology issues health protection limits based on heat. The baton is passed to ICNIRP, which is not a professional organization, but an ad hoc group formed to accommodate the rise in RFR exposures needed by new telecommunications hardware. This is carried out by claiming that IEEE recommendations account for all risks beyond heat and that these limits could in fact be relaxed. The FCC, a regulator of interstate and international communications, and essentially a spectrum allocation agency with no in-house health expertise, is positioned to set RFR exposure limits in the US. The path of regulation from the 1960s to now is a tunnel, mostly insulated from biomedical knowledge that inevitably led to inadequate protection from RFR non-native EMF health risks to humans and the microbiota.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
I will say it again and again. Your phone is one of the biggest detriments to your health due to the non-native EMF and blue light coming from it. However, with YunTap app from solar-powered Rusty, you can take care of blue light, Wi-Fi, flickering effect, all in one simple press of a button. YunTap, you can disable Wi-Fi and Bluetooth completely. Get rid of your connection with the cellular tower, apply a blue light filter, reduce screen flickering, especially over low brightness, achieve sound sleep almost immediately, improve your mitochondrial health significantly, and maintain eye health with no more dry eyes, and numerous health benefits as well. YunTap, you can check it out at improvementwarriorfitness.com/solar-powered. Unfortunately, it does not work for Android, just iPad, iPhone, and Macs at this time. But check it out, improvementwarriorfitness.com/solar-powered.
There is no tomorrow.
Blind spot number 2 was 40 to 60 minutes is not a lifetime. Okay, so 40 to 60 minutes was basically what they did the tests and tested the subjects on. I mean, a lot of people will spend that much time. I mean, they'll spend hours and hours with their AirPods in their head all day long. It's a cumulative effect, just like blue light is. So the more exposure you have, it's just like smoking. Nobody dies from the first cigarette. It's usually 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years of smoking half a pack or 2 packs a day. But where then disease appears. Okay? But with this, it's constantly causing all those issues that I've mentioned, plus you have everything else attacking you. Okay? All the kindling I mentioned, the bad food, non-movement, sitting too much, the stuff they're spraying in the air, and stress. Okay? That's one thing that a lot of people don't talk about, is like, if you're stressed, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Okay? I mean, you're unhealthy. and you're going to get a disease, and it's going to happen faster for you, because it's constantly like you're living in a state of fear. Okay, so you're constantly walking around corners thinking that there's a tiger or a bear that's around the corner and he's going to eat you. Blind spot number 3, averaging human exposure over 6 or 30 minutes. So electron-proton transfer movement happens in microseconds in the right or wrong environment. Bioelectrical charges and enzymatic reactions, stability of DNA, hydrogen bonding, aka proton exchanges, depending where you are and how close the tech is near you. Frequencies can range from anywhere from 0.5 hertz to 333 gigahertz. So think of hertz as half of a wave, and gigahertz is 333 billion waves per second. So hertz is 1 wave per second. A gigahertz is 1 billion waves per second. Okay, so very brief pulses called bursts are almost systematically used to encode information into digital wireless communications, because such strategies benefit signal to noise ratio and data capacity. These signals can only last for only 0.000577 seconds. And for evidence of harm, the IEE and the ICNIRP averages this pulse over 6 or 30 minutes. So they take the average of something that only lasts 0.000577 seconds, and they do that over 6 or 30 minutes. So this reduces the single burst's energy by a factor of 623,917 for the 6-minute test, or by 3,119,584 times for the 30-minute test. And its fields go down by 790 for the 6-minute one, and by 1,766 for the 30-minute one. If the energy of an RFR signal is concentrated in a short time, but is averaged over a much longer period, such as 6 minutes or the 30 minutes, then the high instantaneous RFR non-native EMF intensities can disturb biological processes while still satisfying the IEEE's and the ICNIRP's guidelines. The instantaneous fields of such RFR signals allow activation of molecular, electronic, and photonic components within the cells that have different thresholds and relaxation times, enriching the non-thermal effects of RFR. Okay, so exposure time is not as important as the biological effects that occur within the person and within your cells. Each person will have many different factors based on age, hydration level, your redox potential, which is basically your battery, your charge, your electric charge inside of you, your sleep, your stress levels, your height, your weight, your body fat, whether you're flying on a plane every week, and on and on. Okay, and these changes will be, those changes or those factors will change day by day. Okay, so each organ is affected by EMF differently. Okay, and the more you put bad stuff on it, you put blue light on your skin, blue light on your eye, you put your phone on your private parts in the back of your pants, on your head, okay, that's going to speed up the process of making them worse and worse and presenting you with major problems. So eventually you'll get symptoms of disease, then you'll get the full-blown disease. Okay, but understand with non-native EMF, cancer is the big thing. Okay, so if you're putting your phone on your head for 20 to 30 years, don't be surprised if you wake up one day and the oncologist says you have 6 months to live because you have a stage 4 brain cancer. Okay, hey, Steve Jobs, you have stage 4 pancreatic cancer because you put your laptop on your lap for so long and you had your phone right next to you behind your butt. Okay? This podcast is to wake you the fuck up. Your phone is the biggest detriment to your health. If you do not get that and understand that and start to mitigate it, you are going to have major health problems. Okay? And everything that I talk about, circadian rhythm, the sun, okay, it's not going to help you when you have a stage 4 cancer. All right. And speaking of cancer, part 4, blind spot number 4, RFR's human costs. And I will pick up with this at another time. I'm going to take a break, get some grounding, and get some vitamin D. I'll talk to you later.
Blind spot number 4, RFR's human cost. Cancer. All right, so epidemiological studies have reported significant associations between exposure to radiation and increased risks of glioma, acoustic neuroma, and thyroid cancers, among others. Numerous peer-reviewed studies on cell phones indicate that prolonged use leads to glioma as well as acoustic neuroma. Acoustic neuroma I've never heard of, but glioma is brain cancer, typically on the same side that the person favors the cell phone on. Kids will get more radiated due to their developing bones. The skull is not fully formed and whatnot. And the fact the average child, I believe it's the United States, but I'm sure other developed countries are doing the same. They're getting cell phones at 6 or 7 years old, which is child abuse. If that offends you, you probably did it. Okay? We can change. So 6 to 7 when they get their own cell phone, and a lot of them, most parents, they will use, or parents and grandparents will use their phone, their iPads, and computers as digital babysitters. Okay? When a child gets a cell phone that young, they will be using it their entire life. So I didn't get my first cell phone until it was like 2005, 2006. So I was 27, 28 years old. A meta-analysis of cell phone use and glioma yields an ipsilateral odds ratio of 2.54, which is a 95% confidence interval, following 1,640 hours of call time. Okay. For meningioma, 1.49, which is a 95% confidence rate, and for acoustic neuroma, 2.71, which is 95% confidence rate. And they were calculated in the same exposure category. In older cell phones, 1G, 2G, which would have been 1980 through 2000, you had the antennas that protruded from the top of the units, while the dissimulated antennas of later smartphones were mostly carried in the bottom. So that's 3G and 5G. So approximately 2001 to 2022. The first 5G was being tested in 2018, 2017, I believe, in the major cities. This relocated much of the radiation away from the brain and closer to the thyroid gland, which thyroid cancer is one of the top 4 increasing cancers, along with colon cancer, brain cancer, and gut, the organs in the gut. So all 4 of those, what do they have in common? They are stupid places that people put their cell phones that they should not put their cell phones. So EMR radiation is already classified by the International Agency for Research on Cancer in categories 2B, which means possibly carcinogenic to humans, both for ELF, so extreme low frequency, and RFR. The National Toxicology Program and the Ramazzini Institute have both documented that the nervous system is particularly vulnerable to RFR, even within 2 years of experiments on animals. The adverse effects of radiation at the metabolic and genetic levels have been linked to the induction of reactive oxygen species, both in vitro at extreme low frequencies and radio frequency radiation. Increased oxidative stress is a key characteristic of many human carcinogens and can lead to oxidative DNA damage. Beyond cancer and the scope of this article, the effects of RFR are anticipated on human reproduction, diabetes, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, primarily established through the link between radio frequency radiation and ROS, reactive oxygen species. And so probably one of the best, if you want to get rich real quick in the medical field, become a fertility doctor. Okay. So the amount that they charge is ridiculous, or you can just come see me. I'll fix your circadian rhythm and you'll get pregnant in no time. I'll fix your hormones, all that stuff. All right. So electromagnetic hypersensitivity. So EHS. Okay. And this quick story. So my old dentist that I no longer go to. So I had my last X-rays with them in 2018, and last year I just kept saying, no, I don't want the X-rays. No, I don't want the X-rays every time I was going. They made me sign a waiver a couple times, but then this last time they said I couldn't sign the waiver and like it's a safety issue and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. It's a bunch of bullshit. So I basically just walked out of the appointment, never went back to them. And how I got my new dentist was I just called around. I told them I was electro-hypersensitive and I cannot get X-rays. So, and they bought it, and so now I have a new dentist. So, but the thing is with X-rays, I mean, that's the worst form of radiation. I mean, everybody knows X-rays is bad. Gamma rays and all that stuff, you turn into the Incredible Hulk and whatnot. But some dentists do it every year. This dental place wanted to do it every 2 years, but obviously I hadn't done mine since 2018. But Dr. Cruz always recommends, like, unless there is a known problem with your mouth and your teeth, say no to the X-rays. Okay. All right. So electromagnetic hypersensitivity. So the European Economic and Social Committee, the number of EHS sufferers appears to increase progressively beyond the present 3 to 5%. Current thermal protection has clearly failed this group, which often faces the incomprehension and skepticism of physicians who rely on national recommendations. Not only do EHS sufferers need protection in the form of low field environments, but preventing an increased incidence of EHS is important in the maintenance of a healthy workforce. EMR health impacts have spilled beyond humans to agricultural, livestock, and the environment, and all types of bees. I just did all types of insects. I just did a post. 90% of the American bumblebee is extinct since 2000. Okay, so they cannot live with this radiation. If you have not read Arthur Firstenberg's book, The Invisible Rainbow, he has an entire chapter dedicated to the bees. I mean, they did a test where they put the cell phone in there when it was off, and then they turned it on, and basically the bees went crazy. Some of them left, and some of them never came back to the hive. Okay, so it absolutely destroys them. And then the book by Elizabeth Colbert, The Sixth Extinction, goes into how it's killing the amphibians, the frogs. Frogs are changing sex. Frogs are becoming gay. and whatnot. So two great books right there. The Arthur Furstenberg's book, The Invisible Rainbow, is one of the top 3 books I recommend on radiation and how it affects us. The other one is The Body Electric by Robert O. Becker and Going Somewhere by Andrew Marino. All right, the blind spot number 5, specific absorption rate, SAR, determined at unrealistic distances. So the evolution from telephones to cell phones meant that wireless handsets emitted RFR, radiation, first amplitude modulated, but later digitized in the form of pulses. This entirely new environment agent, potentially exposing large populations to new forms of pulsed radiation, would have needed a serious health impact evaluation by industry prior to deployment. However, the thermal views of the industry meant that recognition of the health consequences of RFR exposure would have to come later, and in great part from academic institutes through epidemiology and animal or laboratory studies. The placement of cell phones against the head made the nervous system a primary target, and epidemiological observations were quick to document the cancer risks. These risks correlated with mobile phone use, changes in metabolism, and the generation of ROS, reactive oxygen species, even while considering heat only as a risk. Anticipated health impacts from RFR promoted the industry to conduct tests designed to limit the heating of the brain by radiation. In conformity with the view of the industry, a large emphasis was placed on quantifying the heat deposited in the head by a cell phone placed in proximity using experiments on phantoms or by computation, not real life or real brain. The laboratory experiments used hollow head shapes filled with a fluid thought to represent the conductivity of human tissues. A probe was used to measure temperature rises due to radio frequency radiation fields at various locations in the fluid. Okay, so imagine that they use a mannequin and they fill it up with fluid that is supposed to mimic the human brain. Okay, that's how they got the numbers to safety limits and whatnot. And that's how they determine that cell phones are safe. All right, most notably, SAR, specific absorption rate, decreases by at least 12.5% per millimeter for very short distances at cell phone. The cell phone is moved away. So per each millimeter, 12.5% decrease. And that's why they, in the owner's manual, in the fine print somewhere, it says keep the phone at least 2 millimeters away from your head or your body at all times. Okay? But the average person doesn't do that. All right. When including the hand holding of the phone, okay, because that is radiation, and your phone in your hand, so the radiator of your body is the where you take the pulse right on your wrist. Okay, so when you hold the phone in your hand, that is also a risk, and it's not on airplane mode, and you don't have a EMF case or something. I used to hold my phone in a selfie stick at all times, and then I went. Before that, I had aluminum foil, and then I went to a selfie stick, and then I went to an EMF case. Okay, because that is a danger just holding it when it's not on airplane mode. Okay, so when including the hand holding in the phone in simulations, the 0 centimeter position, so touching, results in 66% of the power being absorbed by your hand. 28% absorbed by the head, for a total absorption of 94% in the body. And 6% radiated for communication. At 2 centimeters, the hand is 74%, the head is 14%, and the communication is 12%. At 6 centimeters, the hand is 75%, the head is 6%, and the communication is 19%. The frequency of operation is 900 megahertz, and the power delivered to a planar inverted F antenna is 250 microwatts or megawatts. I don't know what that is. How I used, so I already went over that. How I used my cell phone. So I would just hold a selfie stick, and then I would just punch in what I needed to punch in on the screen. But now I got an EMF case. Defender Shield, I think, is the best. ImprovementWarriorFitness.com/Defender Shield. They will also have Faraday pouches and whatnot. I had Faraday pouches, which I just lost both of them this past week from EMF Rocks. So you can go to ImprovementWarriorFitness.com/EMF Rocks. You can pick up Faraday pouches there. You can also get them on Amazon. If you do get them on Amazon, you do want to read the reviews and make sure they're fully vetted by people that are actually testing them with EMF meters and whatnot. So anything I would get on Amazon, I would also test myself. Okay. But I also use the EMF Rocks, which I did a podcast with Justin Franson. It was episode number 29. So you can listen to that. But I carry those rocks everywhere with me when I am ungrounded. And I go places that are going to have Wi-Fi and stuff. And I sleep with it pretty much every night. All right, so in practice, it is difficult for users to maintain the recommended distances, either during a conversation or while simply carrying the device. In other words, most users cannot abide by those recommendations of keeping the phone away from their body or head, which are often found in deep in the cell phone's manual. In France, 30 different models of mobile phones with non-compliant SARS have been either withdrawn from the market by the Agence Nationale de Fréquency, ANFR. You like my French accent there? Figure 5 shows that in a scenario similar to Figure 4, which you don't have and I don't have right now, according to the distance between the phone and the head, as much as 90% of the power emitted by the antenna is dissipated into the user's head, as opposed to contributing to the actual communication of the phone. So that means if you put it on your head, which you should not, you are an idiot if you continue to do that. 90% of that power is going into your head. Okay? Now you can understand why glioblastomas and brain cancers are taking off like mad. Okay? If you continue to do that and you get a stage 4 brain cancer and you have 6 months to live, don't get mad at me. I have been warning you and warning you and warning you, and this podcast is warning you as well. If you know somebody who puts their fucking phone on their head, send it to them. Tell them to listen to it. Tell them to listen to it over and over again until they get the fucking message. All right. Since the risk of glioma is associated with the cumulative use of cell phones, so if you don't know what cumulative means, it means it adds on. So you do a minute on Monday, a minute on Tuesday, an hour on Wednesday, hour on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's adding up. Okay? It's just like smoking. Okay? Nobody dies from one cigarette. They die from smoking a pack of cigarettes a day for 20 to 40 years, and then they get cancer, or they can't speak, or they have to have their throat taken out, or their speaking box, or their tongue cut out. All right. Since the risk of glioma is associated with the cumulative use of cell phones, one would expect SAR reduction to be a priority, meaning that Hardell's glioma odds of 2.54 should decrease if cell phones were kept at an increased distance from the head or body. This means the phone to head distance is a critical factor in terms of health. Okay, so the inverse square law is your friend. The further the phone is away from you, the better. Okay, you should never be talking on regular phone. It should always be on speakerphone. Okay, and obviously, no AirPods, none of that crap. Wired headphones are going to be better, but there's still EMF going down that wire. Air tubes are going to be best, but speakerphone is going to be best, and not touching the phone is going to be best as well. So if I had to make a call and I was at a store, I would stop where I am. I put the phone on a rack, make the call, put it down, stop touching it, and then I talk. Okay? Who cares what other people think? Okay? If you care about what other people think, or you can't, because you can't say, "Oh, I love you," or you don't want to hear your private conversation. These people you're never going to see them again. So who gives a fuck? Okay? If you care about that, that means you're a low dopamine human being. You need to listen to the other podcasts so you can raise your dopamine. Dopamine is made in UVA light. What destroys dopamine? Blue light. Radiation. Cell phones against the head, cell phones on the gut, cell phones in the pocket, not on airplane mode. Okay? Raise your dopamine. Blind spot number 6. Specific absorption rates averaged 1 or 10 grams. 4. Estimation of cellular phone SARS, specific absorption rates. The FCC and the IEEE and the ICN, the ICNIRP, prescribe averaging to a single value of the RFR exposure is estimated over 1 or 10 grams of tissue, respectively, in the shape of cubes, which is the shape of the head, correct? This implies that over these dimensions, 1 to 2.5 centimeters, the tissue is uniform in structure and its sensitivity to RFR, while in fact it is heterogeneous and anisotropic at the cellular, organelle, molecular, and particle levels. This misrepresentation of living tissues voids any contribution of biology to RFR risk assessment. So another bogus test to pass cell phone radiation to us. A gram of brain tissue may contain 50 million glial cells. Individual exposures to single cells, cell size in humans compared to the IEE ICNIRP averaging, especially stem cells, are significant for cancer risk. The anatomical, electrical, and thermal structures of the mitochondria, in particular, run entirely counter to IEE's and ICNIRP's philosophy of oversimplification. The non-thermal effects of RFR are also seen to modify the reaction rates of organic molecules and enzymes in solution or in living cells. Electronic and protonic polarizations and their detectable impacts on oxidative phosphorylation, charge transfers in the mitochondria were already mentioned in the introduction. Inhomogeneities within living tissues from cellular to electronic levels will contribute to characteristics that cannot possibly be addressed by a thermalist view of RFR that recognizes living tissues only on a scale of centimeters. The FCC 13-39A1 reclassified the external part of the ear, aka the pinna, as an extremity, despite evidence that DNA damage in the ear canal was connected to cell phone use, and despite objections to classifying a body part proximate to the brain as a non-essential extremity. Okay, so they basically took part of the ear that was getting destroyed by cell phones and they labeled it non-essential for human function. Okay. In addition, now ICNIRP is loosening IEEE's recommendation to accommodate 5G, considering a temperature rise of 2 degrees Celsius to 5 degrees Celsius as adverse effect thresholds for the head and limbs, respectively. Those relaxations are unlikely to reflect changing knowledge of human physiology, but rather reflect the need for new hardware for the phone, the industry's growing confidence in public demand for wireless communication devices, and its desire to expand the use of cellular phones. Okay, so yeah. I mean, if this stuff doesn't make you angry as hell, I mean, you're not human. You are you're a technology junkie, and you just want to download your Netflix and play Candy Crush a little bit faster. Okay. All right. Blind spot number 7. Let me get some water here. Okay. And if you are just listening to the podcast, you're not watching the video, I am outside. Been out for 93 minutes, made 9,086 IU vitamin D. And I am grounded, so I am protected from RFR. And my phone is on airplane mode, and my computer is grounded as well. Okay? Grounding your tech, all right? All that stuff is super important. Okay? Being under Wi-Fi all the time, having AirPods, having your watch, your Apple Watch, having your phone in your pocket at all times. I mean, you're going to end up like Steve Jobs or somebody with the stage 4 brain cancer. And that is what my goal absolutely is to wake you up, get you out of the Matrix. Watch the Matrix again and watch it like it's a documentary, because it is. Okay? I am Neo. I'm trying to wake you up. I am Morpheus. I'm trying to wake you up. Okay? Your family, they are probably the ones in the Matrix. All right? Wake up. Let's go. All right, 2.7, blind spot number 7. In closing, the RFR source. A more realistic image that includes a hand holding of a cell phone shows that a substantial proportion of radiated power dissipates into the body, with a modest remainder actually available for the wireless communication. Okay, so you basically become the cell tower, and you're absorbing that stuff, that radiation. Okay, this is all this stuff will be posted, so you can read it if you want to. But this is not industry funded research here. In Figure 7, the percent power radiates, which represents the fraction of usable for wireless communication as a portion of total emitted power, is simulated using CST Studio with parameters similar to those indicated in Figure 5 and Figure 6. So as much as 94% of the power radiated ends up in human tissues in the most common scenario, which is 0 millimeters from the body. Okay, so it's either on your head, or it's in your pocket, and you've got AirPods in. AirPods sit in the canal, so they're actually closer to the brain. Okay, not as much power is emitted, but most people keep their AirPods in. I mean, you go to restaurants, you see workers in there all day with their AirPods in their head. The SAR estimation techniques prescribed by the IEEE ICNIRP for cellular phones are defective, not only because of the distance to the head and cube size, but also because they have been established with highly unrealistic models.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Blocking blue light is one of the most critical things we need to do in our modern world if you want to either remain healthy, reverse a disease, or become the optimal version of yourself. There are a lot of companies out there that are now making it more stylish than ever to join the ranks of biohackers across the world. Oh, and blue blockers are absolutely absolutely essential for keeping your dopamine levels up and exiting the matrix. I have personally been using Midwestern Light Therapy as my go-to errand and grocery store, as well as my after sunrise glasses. Check them out, as well as the others I have used and recommend at improvementwarriorfitness.com/blueblockers. For Midwestern Light Therapy, use code IMPROVEMENTWARRIOR10 for 10% off, and you can also pick out blue light-free light bulbs as well as red light therapy devices. Remember, your light environment is more important for your health than the food you eat or the exercise that you do.
There is no tomorrow.
Blind spot summary. Non-ionizing radiation does not act by ionizing, but acts by direct action on electrons and protons and the properties of proteins and enzymes. Okay, remember the base level of health. You have a pyramid. At the base level, the level that holds up the rest of the pyramid is protons and electrons. Okay, you lose too many electrons, gain too many protons. That's electron steal syndrome. That is the cause of every single disease. Okay, and then proteins, the highest energy cost in the body is protein turnover, which is called ubiquination. Okay, this is why after you see the sun in the morning, after you see the sunrise, you're supposed to eat your meal, which is supposed to be high in protein, high in fat. Okay, which is also why vegan diets are not good for you. Okay, that's the leptin prescription. So my leptin transformation is out. If you want to check that out, improvementwarriorfitness.com/leptin transformation. The IEEE ICNIRP has promoted a limited view of the important interactions of EMR with biological systems and health. The 7 blind spots reflect a deep misunderstanding of toxicology, biology, and medicine. The deliberate design and promotion of safety limits based on heat only is a red herring that avoided the recognition of important RFR toxic effects. Only electric shocks and heating were recognized, thus subverting health effects to the needs of engineering deployments. The influence of industry extends inside the World Health Organization's International EMF project, which anticipates a future where human exposure to EMF will continue to increase as technology advances. Since there are no adequate health effect studies on the projected evolution of wireless systems such as 5G, and because the effects of 1G to 4G systems have been ignored, one can legitimately ask whether the WHO provides health protection independently from the wireless communication industry. Okay? Now, remember the WHO, the World Health Organization, is a terrorist organization, and their weapon of choice is misinformation. Okay? And obviously, if you went through the pandemic and you saw what happened there, and you were actually awake during it, you can see that this is absolutely 100% true. All right. Now, there are some things that we can do to better engineer cell phones, to make them safer. Okay, so we discuss below 3 practical approaches to cell phone exposure abatement. Okay, so blocking the phone's RFR emissions, but not its reception when it is positioned close to the head or the body. Modifying the antenna emission pattern to hemispherical to radiate away from the head and away from the body. Limiting call durations according to an estimation of the effective radiated power emitted by the antenna over a specific period. So those recommendations are germane to those suggested to heavy users, such as limiting call durations or keeping the phone away from the head. The most effective exposure reduction measures in hygiene involve control at or by the source as opposed to reliance on personal habits. So engineering controls, either hard or soft wired, are effective, while personal habits are less reliable and need frequent reminders. Okay, but that, I think, is way more important than just getting a phone. Because even if they put these measures on, it would still be, I think it's still stupid as hell to put your phone anywhere on your body. Okay, it is a RF, radio frequency microwave device, a microwave device on your head, on your body. Okay, and you see, like 1900, the cancer rate for people being diagnosed with cancer is 1 in 8,000. Today, it's 1 in 2, and it's supposed to go up by 78% by 2050. What's causing it? Okay. Well, I know what's causing it. Do you know what's causing it? You're listening to this. You've listened so far to this, and I mean, it's pretty obvious. Okay. So, INRP assumes that the glial cells of the brain, oligodendrocytes, astrocytes, ependymal cells, and microglial are more resistant to RFR exposures than those in the peripheral nervous system or body, such as Schwann cells, enteric glial cells, and satellite cells. Why are extremities more resistant to RFR risks than other body parts? A SAR reduction of 20 to 25 times would require much larger distancing, which is achievable by foregoing placing the portable phone against the head, instead keeping it at a distance and using the speaker phone. Always use speakerphone when possible. Otherwise, the next best option is air tubes, then wired headset, or you can just make all your calls from your computer, which is what I do. So my cell phone, I rarely use it for calls. I have my Google Voice phone number, which is connected to my cell phone. So anytime my cell phone rings, my computer will ring, and I can just take the call on there. So outside, my computer is grounded through a grounding cord, and inside, my computer is grounded through a grounding cord. Okay? And we don't use Wi-Fi. Everything is hardwired. It's Ethernet. Okay. All right. Funding for this research. So this research received no external funding. Conflicts of interest. A bunch of initials. I assume those are the authors. Yes, they are the authors. Have served as the plaintiffs' expert witnesses in cases involving radio frequency radiation. All other authors declare no conflict of interest. Okay. All right. So there is a couple websites here I want to make you aware of. So there is the International Commission on the Biological Effects of Electromagnetic Fields. And all this will be in the show notes, which will be UDC3, improvementwarriorfitness.com/UDC3. That website is ICBE-EMF.org. So I as in Ivan, C as in cat, B as in boy, E as in elephant, -EMF.org. And then there is also the Environmental Health Trust organization, that is ehtrust.org. Okay. And there was a key study on cell phones and wireless radiation from the Environmental Trust organization. And let's go to that now. Okay. It looks like this article has been taken down for some reason. All right. Maybe I will come back to this. Maybe I will look for it on the Wayback Internet machine. See if it's there. So obviously, I mean, if it was taken down, that means certain industries, certain companies, they do not want you to see what is in that report. So let me highlight this so I can go back, check it out. Okay. All right. So some more scientific evidence here. An ever-growing body of evidence shows that cell phones and wireless radiation at even very low levels can harm our health in a number of different ways. There is no doubt that there are harmful biological effects documented by scientific research. In 2011, the World Health Organization classified cell phone radiation as a class 2B carcinogen, possibly carcinogenic to humans, in the same category as lead, engine exhaust, DDT, and jet fuel. The evidence has increased since then. Okay, so we all know lead. We want to get the lead out of our water. We don't want lead-based paints. DDT, they had those commercials, I think in the 60s, where they were basically just spraying the food saying, hey, DDT is fine. And then they find out it causes cancer. Okay, so class 2B carcinogen is bullshit. It is a carcinogen. All right. Several publications assert that the current body of evidence has significantly increased and cell phone radiation is proven to be a group 1 human carcinogen. This was done by Miller et al. 2018, by Peleg et al. 2018, by Karlberg and Hardell 2017, and by Belpalm 2018. A Yale study funded by the American Cancer Society found elevated thyroid cancer risk in heavy cell phone users with specific genetic susceptibilities. That was done by Luo et al. 2020. Okay, so remember the cell phone antenna is more down at the bottom where you put your charger in. Okay, which brings it closer down to the thyroid, which sits, if you have an Adam's apples, ladies, or if you do have an Adam's apple men, and there still is only 2 genders, it would be right under the Adam's apple. And it sits there basically just 1 millimeter under the skin, which is why I always say it is super important to cover the thyroid when you are under artificial blue light. So I use a neck gaiter. You can use scarves. You can use mock turtlenecks. You can use turtlenecks. Okay, whatever. So when you're indoors under artificial light, you want to be covered up as much as possible. When you're outdoors, you want to be as naked as possible. Wireless technologies, non-ionizing electromagnetic fields, and children, and identifying and reducing health risks. It was all about wireless impacts to children. It was co-authored by EHT President Dr. Davis. I'm not sure if that's Dr. Deborah Davis, who wrote a good book on EMFs. We conclude that consistent with advice in pediatric radiology, an approach that recommends that microwave radiation exposures be as low as reasonably achievable, seems sensible and prudent, and that an independently funded training, research, and monitoring program should be carried out on the long-term physical and psychological impacts of rapidly changing technological milieu, including ways to mitigate impacts through modifications in hardware and software. The Environmental Working Group published a landmark study analyzing the findings of tumor and heart damage in the National Toxicology Program study and concluded that FCC limits should be strengthened by 200 to 400 times to protect children according to the current risk assessment guidelines. That was done by UCHE in 2021. Another study. Research has found women who carry cell phones in the bra have elevated breast cancer risk. No shit. That was done by West et al. 2013 and also She in 2020. If you're a woman and you're still carrying your cell phone in your bra, you are an absolute idiot, and that needs to stop. immediately. Like immediately. And one more thing I wanted to say about the thyroid thing is the other problem with phones is that they do contain the blue light. The best thing you can do is change your phone to a red phone. If you have an Android, go to improvementwarriorfitness.com/red phone. If you have an Apple phone as well, you can go there, and then the link to the iPhone is in the description there. That will help you turn your phone to either red or orange, or you can put another mitochondriac friend, Rusty. He's got an app called Tap Zap. improvementwarriorfitness.com/solar powered. So Tap Zap is an app. It's not for Android. It's for all Apple products. So iPad, iPhone, and Mac. So you just push a button and it will take the Bluetooth. It will take the flicker. It will take the blue light. It will take the EMF out. Okay, just by pushing a button. But when you have blue light shining on your thyroid, again, I told you the thyroid sits just under the Adam's apple, 1 millimeter under. Blue light will penetrate anywhere between 4 to 6 millimeters. Okay, so that's also another reason that thyroid Hashimoto's is exploding. Okay, Hashimoto's is a disease of the wrong type of light. It's not a nutrition problem. Okay, it is obviously it's a hormone problem. But the hormone is running rampant because you've got blue light shining at it all day long. And it's got the color temperature of between 12 and 1, which breaks up the circadian mechanisms and destroys the circadian clocks. So you have issues with your thyroid. You also have problems with your skin because you get all that blue light on your face and your teeth and all that stuff. And you're not in the sunlight enough. Okay. So change that phone, or change the color of that phone. Okay. Another study, the 10-year, $30 million National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences National Toxicology Programs, NTP, studies of cell phone radiation found that chronic exposure to RFR was associated with clear evidence of cancer in RFR-exposed male rats. In addition, exposed animals had little wind here. Wait till it's over. In addition, exposed animals had significantly more DNA damage, heart damage, and low birth rate or birth weight. Okay, so the NTP study, 2018. This is the one that Dr. Cruz always refers back to because this was done on just 1 and 2G. 1 and 2G. Okay? So we're up to 5G. They had the 6G conference. Okay? So the higher it goes, the more effed up we're going to get. 5G is the first man-made network. So 1 through 4G they're using more, I don't know, I can't explain it scientifically, but it's more grounded in. It's not 100% man-made like artificial lights and like 5G is. Okay, so it'll mess you up. Yes, the study was done on male rats, but remember, male rats they have the same or similar biology to us. The only difference is they're nocturnal and we're not. Okay, but the problem with them is their lenses are scotopic, and ours is photopic. I believe those are the terms. So they have mice have a strong covalent bond in their eyes. So blue light does not break their bond, but we have a weak covalent bond. So blue light does break our bond. Okay? Which is why blue light is so destructive to us and to our biology. All right, another study. The Ramazzini Institute study found the same types of cancers the NTP study found, yet at much lower levels. Levels lower than the FCC limits, as the Ramazzini study was designed to replicate base station cell tower exposures.
The NTP and the Ramazzini findings in animals are further supported by the research on humans that found people who use cell phones over 10 years heavily, defined in these studies as around 30 minutes per day, developed increased tumors, schwannomas, and glioblastomas, the same cell type as found in the NTP and Ramazzi Institute studies. Another study, a major research study, found decreased memory among teenagers with higher cell phone exposures to the brain after 1 year of repeated exposure. This study replicated previous findings. A major NIH study found that even very low levels of microwave radiation from cell phones can change brain function. Another study on 4G tech showed that radiation affected brain neuroactivity not only in the closer brain region, but also in the remote region, including the left hemisphere of the brain. Okay? I'm not too well versed in brain anatomy, as Dr. Cruz would be, but I'm sure you've heard of left and right brain dominant. So whatever the left brain is more prone to making you, whether that's creativity or whatever, obviously cell phones shut that down. And the thing with teenagers is they need, besides newborn babies, they need the most sleep. Okay? And they're probably getting the least sleep, which is why they're the most susceptible to depression, suicide, anxiety, all that stuff. So I believe 15 to 25 is the age range of the highest suicide rates in the world, especially in America. Okay? And the phone, if you are a parent of a teenager, that phone doesn't go in the room with them. They don't have a TV in their room. Get it out today. They don't have AirPods. They don't have video games in their room. They don't have anything electronic in their room when they are sleeping. My sleep podcast, Improvement Warrior Fitness podcast number 7. Listen to it and implement it. And if you have questions, let me know. Tweet me at YunTraining. Email improvementwarrior@mail.com. Or just hit me up on social media, sun.yun.jason on Instagram and Facebook, and Jason Yun 3010 on LinkedIn. All right, another study. Experimental research shows that animals exposed prenatally to cell phone radiation develop more damage to critical parts of the brain involved in thinking and impulse control, the hippocampus and cerebellum. Okay? So, cell phone radiation, more impulse. Okay? Impulse is low dopamine. Raise your dopamine. UVA, sunlight. Sunlight throughout the day. But never miss the sunrise. In 2012, Yale research demonstrated that when pregnant mice were exposed to cell phone signals, their offspring had much greater levels of hyperactivity, impaired memory, and impaired brain development in the part of the brain linked to ADHD. Several research reviews indicate reproduction problems from cell phones. Systematic reviews associate RF EMF with impacts to sperm. That was done by Kim in 2012 and YU in 2021, and decreased testosterone by Maluin in 2021, leading many researchers to conclude it is recommended to keep the cell phone away from the pelvis as much as possible. And that was done by Hazanzadeh Tari in 2021. Yes, so if it's in the pocket, it needs to be on airplane mode or in a Faraday pouch or in a EMF case. Do not have it on. Colon cancer is number 2, as of today, number 2 diagnosed, and the number 2 killer, or it might be number 1 killer, of all cancers. And by 2030, it is expected to go to number 1 diagnosed. And that is because people are keeping their phone in their pockets. Okay, and then you've got other areas down there. You've got the prostate, you've got the balls, testicular cancer. You've got the uterus. You've got all those, the cervix. Okay, and don't get that cervical yabba dabba jabba, ladies. Okay, that's like besides the pandemic one, that is the worst one you can probably get. All right. Yeah, and then there was another study that I saw that men in their 20s today, as a 2024 or 2020 when the study was done, or I think it was 2016, they have the same testosterone levels as a man in their 70s did in the 1950s. Okay, so it's about 70% less, comparing those two age groups. Okay. All right. So I am going to stop here, and I will come back and record another part. Told you this was going to be long, so if you do have questions, please let me know. And yeah, but good stuff so far. Don't forget to share it out, all that good stuff. I'll see you later. Okay, so I just looked at that website that apparently was taken down on Wayback Machine, and I was able to pull it up when I was doing the research, but it was apparently just taken down as of January 19th, 2024. And looking at it, it's obviously very easy to see why it was taken down. So it's key studies on cell phone and wireless radiation, and it's basically got hundreds of research studies, and they're all broken down into categories. So it's got basically everything. Growing body of scientific evidence linking it to cancers, memory damage, brain development, endocrine systems, thyroid function, reproduction, all that stuff. Planetary electromagnetic pollution. It's time to assess the impact. Human disease resulting from exposure to these fields, the health impact of 5G, 5G related carcinogenic and reproductive developmental hazards. Wireless technology is an environmental stressor that requires a new understanding and approaches in healthcare. Then you have children's vulnerability. You've got like 10 studies there. Children's higher exposures. You've got like 20 studies there. Fertility and reproduction. So effects on mobile phones on sperm quality. You basically got about 12 studies there. Cancer and wireless radio frequency. You have probably 30 studies there. DNA damage and genotoxicity. Probably 10 or 12 there. Cancer and power line, magnetic, extremely low frequency fields. Probably 10. Tumor promotion and synergistic effects. Probably 15. Headaches. Probably 6. Prenatal exposures. Probably 20. Electromagnetic sensitivity. Probably another 20. Diabetes. Another 6. Obesity and food ingestion. Okay. Four, oxidative stress. 8, miscarriages. 5, on the brain. Let's see here. Probably 15, memory and cognition. 6, behavioral and emotional problems. Probably 8, endocrine system. 6, immune system. 2, bacteria and antibiotic resistance. 5, flora and fauna. Whoa. Wow. Probably like 30 to 40 there. So, yeah. No wonder this page was taken down. But I will have the Wayback Machine listed in the show notes, improvementwarriorfitness.udc3, so you can take a look at all of these studies, linking them if you think this podcast is full of shit and EMFs and your phone is not a problem. It is a problem. It's just a matter of when you're going to wake up. Yeah, it's not my job to wake you up. It's part of the process of growing and becoming a better version of yourself. And I mean, all these studies here, this page was taken down. So obviously they don't want you seeing it. It was just taken down January 19th, 2024. I'm recording this part of this podcast March 16th, 2024. So it's less than 2 months this page was taken down. Okay? So do the work, do the research. That's what I always ask. I don't take my word for it. I mean, you can obviously see that all these studies here, they are non-industry funded studies, and you can see the results. You can see the results on children. You can see the results on miscarriages and all that stuff.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
I have gotten off so many supplements since finding Dr. Cruz in his work in 2018. It's ridiculous. But one that I still take and recommend is magnesium. The big thing with magnesium is that different types of magnesium are uptaken by different parts of the body and organs. So, there is a variant with people's responses depending on what they need magnesium for and how deficient they are to begin with. Magnesium deficiency is just as big, if not bigger, than vitamin D deficiency. And a big reason why is magnesium is needed for the conversion step in vitamin D. So what they did at BioOptimizers and Magnesium Breakthrough is they combined the top 7 forms of magnesium in one capsule. Magnesium is a downregulator for the nervous system to relax and leave us from that flight or fight world of stress that is especially caused by blue light and electro-pollution that we are all affected by, no matter how much we biohack. It is also critical for vasodilation, increased blood flow. Any pain or problems in certain tissues, it's because not enough oxygen is getting there. Remember, all disease and ultimately death is a state of hypoxia, or lack of oxygen. The goal of electron chain transport is to move the electrons through cytochromes and reduce to oxygen. It's also super important for sleep and, again, for vitamin D production. Overall, there are over 300 reactions that magnesium is directly and indirectly responsible for. I used to usually just take one form of magnesium for a month and then switch to another form. But taking this is so much better. You can check it out at improvementwarriorfitness.com/magnesium for a 10% discount off your order. There's also a 100% money-back guarantee. If it is not the best magnesium supplement you have ever taken, return it for a full refund. But I know you're going to love it.
There is no tomorrow.
So this is an article from the Environmental Health Trust, and it's research on the health effects of screens and smartphones on children. Will be in the show notes, which will be at improvementwarriorfitness.com/UDC3. And basically it's another one of these that gives a whole host of other studies on it too. So if you are concerned about smartphones, or you have a family member that doesn't believe that EMF radiation and all this stuff is here to kill us and whatnot, then send them to this page, or send them to the show notes page where they can have all the resources there. And hopefully I will get this podcast out, but the third annual EMF Summit is coming out. So the 2024 EMF Summit, hosted by the EMF guy, Nick Pinol, who has a great podcast, Smarter Tech podcast, highly recommend that. And his book, The Non-Tinfoil Guide to EMF. And he's got a new version of it coming out. So a lot of EMF changes very quickly. So I think he wrote that in 2018. I'll be picking up the new edition as well once it comes out. But you can check out the EMF Summit, improvementwarriorfitness.com/EMF Summit. And then there's a free report to see if you're electrosensitive. That's improvementwarriorfitness.com/EMF Summit report. Okay, because I have heard stories of grandmas and other people who are stuck in their ways and they will not participate in your beliefs, and that's a tough one. So I'm always harping at my kids and harping at my mom to, hey, no blue light, is that phone on airplane mode, constantly asking her that and whatnot. So yeah, screens and kids do not go together. But basically the summary of this is that there's concerns about potential vulnerability of children to radio frequency electromagnetic radiation fields. It's increasing as children's exposure to wireless devices is on the rise. Children are considered potentially, well, they're not considered potentially more vulnerable. They are more vulnerable to RF and EMR fields due to their developing nervous system and their developing everything system. Their bones are still developing, their skulls are smaller, their organs are still developing. Brain doesn't finish developing until 25, 28 years old. And their brain tissue is more conductive, which allows more RF, EMR penetration relative to the size of their head. And they will be exposed to RF fields for more years than adults because, the cell phone radiation, cell phone tower radiation is all around them, and they will be basically, they'll be, I didn't get my first cell phone until I was like 28 years old. And then it just goes on and on, talking about the different aspects of what's going on in terms of the kids and why we're seeing all this stuff. So you got other studies in here, screen media use and sleep disturbances with children. The conclusion of that one, greater use of screen medias was not just associated with longer sleep onset latency and shorter sleep duration, but also increased severity of multiple types of sleep-wake disturbances. Future research should use longitudinal designs to determine the direction of these associations in adolescent populations. Other studies here, effects on screen time on health and well-being of children and adolescents, a systematic review of reviews, association of screen time and depression in adolescents. So depression is, I believe it's the biggest age group, 15 to 25. That's also the highest suicide rate age group. Another study, associations between screen-based media use and brain white matter integrity in preschool age children. Association between screen time and children's performance on a developmental screen test. The detrimental impacts of smart technology devices overuse among school students in Kuwait. And there's a picture here. Reported health symptoms after ST use. I assume this is the screening test that they were using. So the symptoms were, I don't know what the number of kids in the studies, but it's 1.6% seizures, 4.2% transient vision loss, 13.3% eye flashes, 2.3% eye squint, 17.9% dry eyes, 20.7% blurry vision, and that's what blue light does. It just basically blurs you until your myopia gets worse and worse and worse until you get a worse eye disease. Nearsightedness, myopia, 10.4%, headaches, 35%, sleep disturbances, 36.6%, neck, shoulder pain, 37.7%, lower back pain, 18.7%, loss of concentration, 24.2%, obesity, 13.6%. Okay. And then the overall, the overuse of devices per day and per session by school-aged children has the potential to have a detrimental impact on their health, as has been noticed among students in Kuwait. And this is obviously in Kuwait, so I mean, I would assume that they don't have as much 5G, they don't have as many cell towers, they don't have as much, just the sun is better over there, blue light, they don't have as much as that. The food is probably not GMO infested and all that stuff. But all these symptoms you still get from the cell phone. Screen time is associated with inattention problems in preschoolers. Another study, effects of screen time on health and well-being of children and adolescents. Smartphones and sleep, association between portable screen-based media devices, access or use, and sleep outcomes. Symptoms and cognitive functions in adolescents in relation to mobile phone use during night. And if you have a teenager, they don't go to bed with the phone in the room. You take that phone from them. Be a parent, don't be their friend. Media use and sleep, association between screen time and children's performance on developmental screening tests. We already went through that one. Health effects from wireless and cell phone radiation. Planetary electromagnetic pollution. It's time to assess its impact. So this is just going over basic wireless and cell phone communication. So all these studies are in this article that I will post on the show notes. Here's a good one. Wi-Fi is an important threat to human health. That's why it's very important to switch to Ethernet as soon as possible. Okay, and if you can't switch to Ethernet, and there's no can't. I mean, if you live in a house, it's very simple to do. If you live in an apartment, you're still going to get blasted above, side, below, wherever, depending on where you live in that apartment and whatnot. At least turn the Wi-Fi off when you sleep. Okay? If you have a roommate who doesn't abide by this, either kick the roommate out or move. A perspective, let me see if there's any more here. Cancer epidemiology update following radio frequency electromagnetic fields. IARC monographs on the evaluation of carcinogenic risks to human based on the non-ionizing radiation. The effects of the electromagnetic field on the endocrine system in children and adolescents.
It's 2:15.
The effects of radio frequency radiation from Wi-Fi devices on human ejaculated semen. Okay, so I'm assuming Wi-Fi, I mean, obviously it's going to affect the semen because we're dealing with the infertility rates that are sky high and low testosterone in men, which is making men more docile and easier to control. And basically when you do that, it's a lot easier to control the entire population. As we have been experimenting that experiment for the last 4 years. Adverse effects of Wi-Fi radiation on male reproductive system. Effects of Wi-Fi on the P300 component of event-related potentials during an auditory hailing task. Okay. So auditory task, I just learned the other day that all of our senses, we use light to use them. So we use light to hear. We obviously use light to see, and we use light to smell. Dogs have a lot more smelling. It's due to our melanin inside of us. Dogs have a lot more melanin to smell, which is why they always smell other dogs' asses, and to basically judge whether or not they're safe or whatnot. Okay. Children more vulnerable to wireless radiation. Absorption of wireless radiation in children versus adult brain and eye from cell phone conversations or virtual reality, which no adult, no child should be engaged in virtual reality, especially with those virtual reality headsets. Microwave emission from cell phones exceeds safety limits in Europe and US when touching the body. We've already went over that. Paper pen, notebooks, and real books are superior to electronic media. So that is very, very true. So I just got my daughter a Faraday bag for her iPad, which they don't need to be using an iPad in the third freaking grade. Don't need to use an iPad at all through all of school. Media use and sleep, parent-toddler social reciprocity during reading from electronic tablets versus print books. Association between screen time and children's performance on developmental screening tests. So I should take these studies into the school and complain about the iPads killing my kids and all the kids that are there. Does educational technology help students learn? I would assume it does not. Okay, quite a few in there. And then you've got smartphones and addictions. Correlations between smartphone addiction and anxiety, depression, impulsiveness, and poor sleep quality among college students. Okay. Problematic use of internet and smartphones in university students. Okay, and that's pretty much it there. Where are we? Okay. And then here's another study that went over the investigation of microwave electromagnetic fields in open and shielded areas and their possible effects on biological structures. So the conclusion on this is hygienic limits set maximum permissible EMF values converted to given tissue parameters, but they do not include situations where EMF sources are in a shielded environment. So you're protected from that EMF. So for example, underground parking garages, cellars, personal elevators, etc. So this study showed that the values are significantly elevated in the premises in question. At the same time, under certain circumstances, for example, several people talking on the phone in an elevator simultaneously, it can potentially affect the proper function of various implantable devices, pacemaker, insulin pump, etc. And that is one thing that you have to realize is population density is probably one of the biggest factors for big major problems. So if you live in a big city like New York, Chicago, Boston, Austin, Indianapolis, okay, the more people you have and the more people in an area using the cell phones, these cell phones build up power from one another, okay, and you basically become the antenna. Let's see, measurements in shielded spaces such as elevators and car cabins show the raised values of RF fields when using communication devices. Even car embedded hands-free, it is recommended to avoid using the phone in shielded environments or vehicles. The effects of exposure to electromagnetic fields depend on human health, constitution, and qualification. So when you are in like basements and elevators and stuff, you're probably not going to have a full bar. You want to look, when you're using your phone, you want to look if you have a full bar. If it's only like one or two, that phone has to emit more radiation to communicate to the cell towers to get the the power to power the phone. Okay, so it's going to cause more RF, EMR to go inside your body and basically destroy you. The derivatives and standards limiting the exposure of EMF are electric field strength limits for the frequency range of 1800 megahertz and occupational 127 volts per meter and the frequency range of up to 2100 megahertz. The electric field strength is shielded. Space is much lower on our measurements. Okay, that's done. All right. Okay, moving to the one thing that is powering us or powering your phones is 5G. And so this is a study from Blogs Scientific American. And it's called "We Have No Reason to Believe 5G is Safe." It was published in 2019, which was just around most of the major cities would have had it in 2019. So more than 240 scientists who have published peer-reviewed research on the biological and health effects of non-ionizing electromagnetic fields signed the International EMF Scientist Appeal, which calls for stronger exposure limits. The appeal makes the following assertions. Number one, numerous recent scientific publications have shown that EMF affects living organisms at levels well below most international and national guidelines. Effects include increased cancer risk, cellular stress, increase in harmful free radicals, genetic damage, structural and functional changes of the reproductive system, learning and memory deficits, neurological disorders, and negative impacts on general well-being in humans. Damage goes well beyond the human race as there is growing evidence of harmful effects to both plant and animal life. And as Arthur Firstenberg's book, The Invisible Rainbow, went over, and I highly suggest getting on his newsletter as well. The scientists who signed this appeal arguably constitute the majority of experts on the effects of non-ionizing radiation. They have published more than 2,000 papers and letters on EMF in professional journals. The World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, classified RFR as possibly carcinogenic to humans in 2011. Last year, a $30 million study, which would have been 2018, $30 million study conducted by the U.S. National Toxicology Program, the NTP, found clear evidence that 2 years of exposure to cell phone RFR increased cancer in male rats and damaged DNA in rats and mice of both sexes. The Ramazzini Institute in Italy replicated the key findings of the NTP study using the different carrier frequencies and much weaker exposure to cell phone radiation over the lifetime of the rats. Okay. So we went over the NTP study. That is the big study. They only use 1 to 2G rather than 3G, 4G, or 5G, which is much, 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 much more powerful. The FDA recently reaffirmed the FCC's 1996 exposure limits in a letter to the FCC, stating that the agency had concluded that no changes to current standards are warranted at this time, and that NTP's experimental findings should not be applied to human cell phone usage. The letter stated that the available scientific evidence to date does not support adverse health effects in humans due to exposures at or under the current limits. That's the FDA for you. And the latest cellular technology, 5G, employs millimeter waves for the first time, in addition to microwaves that have been used in older technologies, 2G through 4G. Given limited reach, 5G will require cell antennas every 100 to 200 meters, exposing many people to millimeter wave radiation. 5G also employs new technologies. Example, active antenna, cable of beam forming, phased arrays, massive multiple inputs and outputs known as massive MIMO, M-I-M-O, which pose unique challenges for measuring exposures. Millimeter waves, that's why it's so expensive to get a 5G EMF meter. Okay. Millimeter waves are mostly absorbed within a few millimeters of the human skin and in the surface layers of the cornea. Short-term exposure can have adverse physiological effects in the peripheral nervous system, the immune system, and the cardiovascular system. The research suggests that long-term exposure may pose health risks to the skin, i.e. melanoma, the eyes, i.e. ocular melanoma, and the testes, i.e. sterility. Okay. So blue light and non-native EMF, number one causes of skin cancer. It is not the sun. So I have done 3 circadian biology webinars, and I will post those in the show notes, but the first one is for free, and it is in the Improvement Warrior University Facebook group, improvementwarriorfitness.com/IWUFB. And I'm currently working on part 4, which hopefully will be out by April of 2024. 5G will not replace 4G. It will accompany 4G for the near future and possibly over the long term. If there are synergistic effects from simultaneous exposures to multiple types of RFR, which there definitely are, our overall risk of harm from RFR may increase substantially. Cancer is not the only risk, as there is considerable evidence that RFR causes neurological disorders, reproductive harm, likely due to oxidative stress, and pretty much any disease that you can name, it is going to be increased, and the age that people get it is going to drop. Okay? So I believe breast cancer, the median age is 63, and that's going down. It was 63, and I believe in 2012. So if you look it up, I'm sure it's gone down by then, and it's going to continue to go down and down and down. All right. Now this is another article here. Radio frequency exposure tests testing the iPhone 11. So for a cell phone, the FCC's threshold of safe exposure is 1.6 watts per kilogram. Penumbra's test found that an iPhone 11 Pro emitted 3.8 watts per kilogram. Okay, so that's more than double. Ryan McCaughey, Penumbra's chief technology officer, said the test was a follow-up to an investigation conducted by the Chicago Tribune last year. The Tribune tested several generations of Apple, Samsung, and Motorola phones and found that many exceeded the FCC's limit. More notably, when the FCC conducted a follow-up investigation after the Tribune published a story, the agency did not find evidence that any phones exceeded SAR limits. So SAR is specific absorption rate, if you forgot that. That said, while the Tribune and Penumbra both use off-the-shelf phones, the FCC largely tested phones supplied by the manufacturers, including Apple. Okay?
It's 2:30.
So when you get phones supplied by Apple, they obviously can do things with the operating system to do things with the software and the technology and the hardware that are going to cause it not to emit as much radiation as something you would go into the store and just buy it. Okay. So when I went in, so I had to get a new phone. So I have an Android, and I had an Android number 10, and I had to get a new phone because I was at the beach. It was a spring break. It was last year. Spring break last year in Florida, and the tide rolled in a lot quicker than I thought it would, and my phone got soaked, and pretty much everything got soaked. So had to get a new phone, and went in to the store, and I was trying to adjust the settings. So I spent like 20 or 25 minutes trying to adjust the settings to get the phone red, which is the precursor to, because when you add the app Twilight, it takes it even redder. But there's certain steps that you need to take to actually just turn it red. And when I was doing that, the phone, it wasn't working. The app, me doing like the normal stuff that I normally do to do that, it didn't work. And then I asked the guy, and he basically said, you can't change the settings on the phones that are on display there. So that was something, so obviously that's something that they can manipulate, because these are display phones. They want you to buy the phone, so they don't want you changing the settings, obviously. So that was something that I learned there. But yeah, so just be aware of that. So I got the phone, and then I was able to change the settings and then put the Twilight on and all that stuff. So that was the first things that I did with the phone, obviously. If you want to turn your phone red, go to improvementwarriorfitness.com/redphone, or you can get One Tap Zap, improvementwarriorfitness.com/solar powered, and that's an app that's only available for Apple. So yeah, turning that blue screen off. I know this isn't a blue light unknown death causer, but that will be a future one. But blue light is one of those big things that destroys us. Blue light and non-native EMF are the big logs in the fire, destroying our health. The SAR limit is primarily concerned with a phone's thermal effects. Essentially, the power is limited to 1.6 watts per kilogram to ensure that no one is burned by using their phone. A phone's SAR is determined by placing the phone between 5 and 15 millimeters from a tray of dummy fluid designed to approximate the consistency of the human body. While the phone broadcasts, a probe on the end of a robotic arm moves across the fluid and pokes it at different points, measures the absorption rate at each location. So that sounds exactly like how the human body and human brain works. Okay. All right. There's some videos here. I won't share them with you. I will put them in the show notes. There's 2 podcasts from Nick Pinnell, author of the Non-Tinfoil Guide, that goes over some good information about EMF in phones and whatnot. But we're moving into AirPods here. So I have an article here. I'm going to read you the whole thing because it just needs to be read. I know some of you will not read it no matter what. It's from a fellow mitochondriac, Roman Shapoval. Okay, so his title is How AirPods Cause Brain Damage. Subtitle, How We Use Light to Regulate Our Hearing with Melanin, the Computer Chip of Our Ear. Did you know that our ears convert the light around us into sound? How does this happen? Why should you care? First, I'll explain the basics of how. Our cochlea is spiraled and covered internally with a pigment called melanin. Melanin is way more than just a pigment. It's akin to a computer chip. Think semiconductor. That processes the information of light using frequencies such as UV to structure how we perceive sound. Aside from melanin, we have crystal structures in our ear's cochlea called the tectorial membrane that can process electrical signals and convert the charged particles of photons, light, into what are known as phonons, sound waves. The melanin of our cochlea sits in a fluid called endolymph. This fluid contains potassium. All the biochemical processes have an electrical component, as the voltage created from from EMFs, both native sunlight and non-native Wi-Fi electrical outlets create what are known as ions. These ions will then attract certain elements like potassium or calcium. What powers the computer chip that is melanin? Sunlight powers our body's little batteries called mitochondria, causing a spark of electricity that the potassium of our endolymph then uses to create UV light. Melanin then uses this light for crucial metabolic reactions such as fighting cancer. The more UV we are able to absorb, the more melanin we build on our cochlea soundproofing surface, which houses our sound processing surface. Okay? And this also happens in the rest of your body as well. You can think of potassium as our diode in this formula for life. A diode is a two-terminal electronic component that conducts a current primarily in one direction. Melanin is crucial in not only helping us absorb more ultraviolet UV light that our bodies can use, it also helps us regulate extra amounts of calcium. This is important because EMFs from wireless devices can drive excess calcium into our organs, leading to a myriad of health issues such as arthritis and blood clots. Okay? It will also lead to calcification of certain things that shouldn't be calcified, like arteries. An imbalance of calcium in our inner ear may lead to a literal imbalance of causing symptoms similar to that of Meniere's disease, along with ringing in the ears, tinnitus. Ringing of the ears, tinnitus is one of the big issues that are coming up for people who put their phone on their head. So just never put your phone on your head, even if you have an EMF case. It's just stupid. Okay. Do you know why melanin of our cochlea is dark brown and our neuromelanin in our substantia nigra in our brain, located deep in our brain, is black? The darker the pigment, the more light it absorbs. We are light beings. Okay? The melanin in the substantia nigra is the blackest of black. There is nothing more black than the melanin in the substantia nigra. So I just learned that the other day. Dr. Jack Cruz's interview with, I believe it's Bill Gifford. It's part 3 of the Tetragrammaton podcast with Rick Rubin. That'll be in the show notes as well, along with his part 1 and part 2 with Andrew Huberman. Okay? And if you're a fan of Andrew Huberman, I would highly recommend listening to that and know that it was done over a year ago, and Andrew Huberman has basically done nothing with that. He talks about a lot of the stuff, a lot of the light, okay, but he never mentions Dr. Cruz because, remember, he is a Stanford, he is paid by Stanford, and they are a centralized university, and everything Dr. Cruz talks about, this podcast, is all about decentralizing yourself and moving away from centralized medicine, because that is where we get sick and we get into the merry-go-round of big pharma and big insurance and big health problems, and everything is just tied together. Just follow the dollar signs. If they make money and they want to keep you as a patient rather than, they want to keep you as a patient forever rather than making you well, making you better, so you eventually get off of the supplements, off of the medications, and that's something we need to move away from. All right, AirPods are for airheads. Devices such as AirPods and Fitbits use radio frequencies, a type of EMF, which ultimately vibrates and steals electrons from your tissues. A hallmark of sound health is having a net negative charge. Okay, that's known as your redox potential. And being able to donate electrons, negative charge, to many cellular processes that need them. This is why food high in NAD+ is crucial, along with practices like grounding or earthing. When we lose electrons, we also become dehydrated more easily as our bodies require charged structured water to work. This structured water is what can ultimately lower the violent vibrations our bodies experience as a result of EMFs from wireless devices such as AirPods. The light that we hear from AirPods have short wavelengths with high intensity. These wavelengths cause us to lose nitric oxide, which, when balanced, helps us maintain healthy circulation. Think of beats and maintain energy levels. So nitric oxide is created in UVA light. Okay? And as you get older, you start to lose nitric oxide, which is why you need more water and you need more sunlight as you age. AirPods also create massive amounts of radiation, which not only can cause brain tumors, but lead to memory loss. AirPod and wireless earbud facts. This is a comprehensive article by the Environmental Health Trust Act, which was the website we were just on. AirPods, like other Bluetooth headsets and earbuds, will constantly transmit signals of microwave radio frequency radiation while they are in your ears, whether you are using them or not. AirPods or wireless earphones sit right near your skull. They transmit RF directly next to your brain and ear, and the RF is absorbed into your brain and ear tissues. Apple's second generation AirPods are Bluetooth Class 1, meaning they reach to hundreds of feet away and emit higher radiation compared to other Bluetooth devices. The left AirPod communicates with the right AirPod using a technology called near field magnetic induction. The fields go right through your brain. Magnetic fields are linked to cancer and oxidative stress. Okay, so the bigger picture. In the future, humans won't be fighting robots, but many are becoming robots. Okay. Remember, melanin absorbs UV light. This happens when we're in sunlight. The sun charges the water in our cells and allows amino acids like tyrosine, the building blocks of life, to be activated. This then leads to the creation of melanin, along with other important neurotransmitters like dopamine, adrenaline, noradrenaline, serotonin, melatonin, and all that stuff. Beta endorphins is made through the sun. Okay, don't be an indoor zoo animal. Okay, if we sit around inside or have AirPods in us, our light environment will be compromised. Stick with air tube headsets or revive your boombox if you're old enough, like me, to remember the days of jamming out on your stereo like a boss. You're more powerful than you know. Roman S. Shapoval. P.S. Many of the concepts I've written about here I have learned from Dr. Jack Kruse. So, obviously, a fellow mitochondriac. Follow him on Twitter. I believe I am. I believe we're also friends on Facebook, I think.
It's 2:45.
Okay. But moving on here. All right. I'm going to take another break here after I read this one. This is another study here. So it's a press release. Brain cancer is 4 times more new cases of glioblastoma in 2018, according to the public health in France. So in July 2019, which is updated in September of 2019, the French public health agency Santé Publique Française, together with Francine Cancer Registries, the Hospice Civil de Lyon, and the Institut National du Cancer, published national estimates of cancer incidence and mortality in metropolitan France between 1990 and 2018. These are based on the modeling of observed incidence data, new cases until 2015 by cancer registries, supplemented by projections until 2018. Volume 1 of the report is devoted to solid tumors, so 27 tumors and 22 subtypes. Between 1990 and 2018, the overall incidence rate of solid tumors remained relatively stable in men and continued to increase in women. At the same time, the annual number of new cases of glioblastoma, that's a brain cancer, according to Dr. Cruz, that's the worst brain cancer you can get, with histological confirmation, one of the most aggressive types of brain cancer, has increased fourfold and more for both sexes. Glioblastomas ×4 in all age groups. Estimated 2018, there was 3,481 new cases. 58% of them were men. In 1990, there was 823 cases. Okay. Similar increases were observed in the US and Australia. So remember, in 1990, we did have those wireless phones, and those wireless phones are almost as bad in terms of radiation for you as well. So if you still have wireless phones, which I don't think they exist anymore, but if you somehow do, get rid of them. Brain radiation therapy and possibly intense and prolonged exposure to pesticides. The latest epidemiologic studies and animal experiments would support the carcinogenic role of exposure to electromagnetic fields. Dr. Annie Zasko, cancer epidemiologist, former director of research unit at IARC and the WHO. The evolution of incidence and mortality rates of the central nervous system tumors as a whole, and especially glioblastoma, over the past 30 years is of particular concern. Of course, diagnostic behaviors have evolved and play a role, especially for older people. Nevertheless, there is a real increase, even among the youngest, for whom it is likely that diagnostic modalities have changed less than among the elderly, and which may therefore be linked to environmental factors and primarily to the use of mobile or wireless phones. Informing the public should make it possible not to continue on this upward trajectory, especially among young people, with an absolute duty to protect children by not allowing them to use a cellular phone in general, by protecting them from exposure to electromagnetic fields. Okay. All right, I'll read this here. So this is just a sampling of publications, again, from the Environmental Health Trust website. Radio frequency exposure of people living near mobile phone-based stations in France. Mobile phone-based station antennas are the dominant source of exposure in housing near antennas, and indoor exposure was increased when the windows were in line of the site of antennas. Okay. The effects of different mobile phone UMTS signals on DNA, apoptosis, cell suicide, and oxidative stress in human lymphocytes. Our data support a notion that each specific signal used in mobile communication should be tested in specially designed experiments to rule out that prolonged exposure to RF from mobile communication would induce genotoxic effects and affect the health of the human population. And the association of smart mobile phone usage with cognitive function impairment in the Saudi Arabia adult population. Excessive use of mobile phones associated with cognitive function impairment. Strict policies must be implemented. Okay. All right, I'm going to stop here, take a break, get some sunshine. I'll be back for another recording.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Colon cancer is the #2 most diagnosed cancer and the #2 killer of all cancers in the United States. In 1900, it was number 37th of all killers of cancer. Do you really want to be putting your phone in your pocket, not on airplane mode, and not protected in an EMF case? I don't think you do. Defender Shield is one of the cases that I highly recommend. You can check them out at improvementwarriorfitness.com/Defender Shield. Even if you have an EMF case, you still never, ever, never, ever, never, ever put your phone on your head. That is just idiotic, and it is good practice to get into to never put a mobile RF microwave emitting device on your head. Protect your body, protect your heart, protect your brain, protect your mitochondria. It's all you got. Check them out, Defender Shield, improvementwarriorfitness.com/Defender Shield. These are also the kids' blue blockers that we use as well. And they have other products as well. I'm sure you're going to love it. Have a great day. Check out Defender Shield.
There is no tomorrow.
Let's talk about AirPods a little bit here. So the basics of AirPods. They work on the frequency of 2.5 gigahertz, so 2.5 billion cycles per second. And remember, the Schumann resonance is usually, its heartbeat is 7.83 hertz, or it can go from 0 to 30 depending on where you are and time of year, latitude, all that stuff. So 7.83 cycles per second versus 2.5
145.
versus 2.5 billion cycles per second. Now, so pretend your brain works like an FM AM radio station. So you have an FM antenna in your brain, and that works pretty much exactly the same as an FM radio station. Okay? So I don't know if people still listen to the radio or not. I don't. But remember, if you're in a certain location and you travel away from that location, it starts to get fuzzy. Okay? So think of yourself having two arms of the antenna. So number one is your SCN, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and the size and shape of the ventricle system in your brain. Okay, so the SCN and the size and shape of your ventricle system in your brain. Okay, and the brain is right between these two antenna systems. Now, when you go out of range, you go out of range of the FM station, it will start to get fuzzy. Okay, the sound will come in and out, and eventually you will lose it altogether, and you'll basically just have white noise playing on that station until you drive back into that area that has a clear signal for that. So the same thing happens in your head when AirPods are on. So you lose that ability for your brain to tell where you are in relation to the earth and the sun and the magnetic field, okay? And the electric field, the electromagnetic spectrum. You basically lose your magnetic sense. Okay? Your alpha wave is destroyed. The thalamus in your brain is where the alpha wave comes from. So your alpha wave, again, is supposed to be 7.83 hertz, which many people go through their entire life now never connecting to it because they have a cell phone babysitting them since they're 2 years old or 3 years old. Now, the second problem with AirPods, you've got the cochlea in the ear. It has a huge sheet of melanin in it. And, of course, non-native EMF dehydrates you. AirPods, obviously, a form of non-native EMF. Your mitochondria makes water. It's supposed to make up deuterium-depleted water. Your brain is made up of cerebral spinal fluid. Okay? So CSF, which is made primarily up of water, of the water that the mitochondria makes. So when you get dehydrated cellularly, it doesn't work. So 93% of your blood is water, 99.7% of your CSF in your ventricle system is an ultrafiltration system of your blood. So non-native EMF also will degrade melanin. Okay? So melanin can be degraded into many things. Okay? So dopamine, adrenaline, noradrenaline, If you degrade melanin, you need to degrade melanin to make dopamine. But what happens if you don't have any melanin? Okay, and I'm not just talking about the outside. We have melanin on the inside and also the out. So the out, think of that as your skin color. Are you as pale as Casper the Ghost? Okay, which you should not be. But yeah, so you can tan and you can build the solar callus to build that melanin up. But there's also melanin on the inside, which is vital to our health. And especially vital if you don't have any in there and you continuously are raising your dopamine, then, I mean, this shit hits the fan, basically. You become addicted more easily, and yeah, the domino effect of everything falling. So your redox potential falls down, your electric potential falls down, your magnetic sense falls down, you lose electrons, you gain protons, your battery runs out, so you search for fake ways to get energy. Okay, and it just keeps going and going and going. Inflammation, and then disease usually will set in if things are not corrected. So the frequency we are using with AirPods and your phone degrade melanin on the inside of us, and they ruin the FM antenna. And these people, they're not in the sun to regenerate their dopamine, their melanin, and the melatonin. Okay, and you see these people with AirPods on just everywhere, and they're wearing them 8, 12, 16 hours. I mean, they allow workers to work with AirPods in. I don't understand that. I just think that's, I just can't believe that. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, we're not talking about the issues with the workforce today. The more we use them, the more addicted we get, and the more destruction of melanin and our antennas. Okay, and dopamine continues to lower because it is the fake dopamine hit we are getting from each of the tech uses and tech devices. Okay, so remember, the only thing that can regulate dopamine properly is the sun. Okay, I did an entire webinar called Dopamine, the Survival of Our Species, and it seriously is that important. You can check it out at improvementwarriorfitness.com/dopamine. So with that, you've got major issues that occur. Like I just mentioned, those dominoes effects of all those things that fall down. Okay, the numbers are that by age 40, the majority of men will be on a prescription drug. Okay, but for women, or I should say girls, because they're not women, it's age 15 when they get on a prescription drug. And it just gets worse. If you're a girl, or if you have a daughter who was born after 2019, it's estimated they will spend 60% of their life on a prescription drug. And for men, it's 48%. Okay? So most people are being kept alive by big pharma and prescription drugs. 6.3 billion prescriptions were filled in 2020 in the United States, which means the average person is taking 19 or getting 19 prescriptions filled per person for the year, for that year, 2020. Okay, I know I don't take any prescriptions, okay, and I know a lot of other people who don't take prescriptions, but yeah, so best thing to do is try to get off of it. If you need help, let me know. It's what everything that I teach and coach is here to do. So we don't need drugs. I mean, nature should be our number one drug, but if you spend more time under tech and fake lights, then that's going to be an issue, and you're going to have you're basically going to be on the carousel of unhealthiness, and you will eventually arrive at the doctor's office with the prescriptions, and then if that keeps going, then you've got more problems, deeper problems, more diseases. Then you've got the big ones that show up: cancer, heart disease, brain disease, all that stuff, and then you don't even remember your life. And then you're basically living the rest of your life in pain, which is not how we want to live. Now, phone, AirPods, tech device, they're no different than any addiction, drug addiction, food addiction, gambling addiction. Okay? The same areas of the brain light up when using them. And it's actually the thought and expectation that gives rise to the dopamine hit, not the actual usage of it. Okay? So there's always a cue that sets you off to do the thing that you want to do. And then that creates a habit, whether that habit's good or bad. Okay, but we can get into a rhythm where we can eliminate the bad habits. Okay, we just need to find what is our cue, figure it out, and change it. Try to make it invisible, or make it hard, or make it uncomfortable. Okay, I always read outside. Doesn't matter if it's raining. I obviously can't go out because the book will get wet. But I always read outside, regardless of the weather. So it can be 10 degrees, it can be 90 degrees. I will be outside reading. The only time I read indoors is when I'm about to go to bed. Okay? And it's dark. I only read in the sunlight outside. Okay? So if that's something you need to do, maybe you need to use your tech device outside. Okay? That would be a lot better, especially if you're one of these people who will not change your phone red. Okay, because remember that blue light is damaging. It will be a future unknown death causer episode. That's why the phone is the biggest detriment to your health, because it's got the blue light. It's also got the radiation in it. All right. So we need you basically, and tech devices, they steal your attention. So, and you basically become like a zombie. I mean, you've probably seen people walking around head down and things. I mean, they make videos and reels of people with their head down. They almost fall into construction pits and almost run into buses and cars and all this stuff. Okay, so complete awareness when doing something. All right, kyphosis is one of the biggest problems. So posture is number 13 on my 14 pillars of health webinar. Kyphosis, basically think of Quasimodo syndrome. So it's basically that hunched over upper back. So it used to be, you don't see that till somebody's 60, 70, 80 years old. Now we're starting to see it in teenagers because they've got the phone and they've got the text neck and they're down and they're typing and they're just bent over in that position. Your body will adapt to the position you put it in the most. Okay, so if we put it in a crappy environment, if we put it in a crappy posture, a crappy syndrome, then you get diseases. Kyphosis is a disease, okay? Because when you're like this, I mean, you're not going to get an effective workout, okay? You need to go through basically a rehab or a fixing program to get you out of kyphosis so you can actually feel the muscles, because one muscle is elongated, another muscle is shortened. Okay, it doesn't work. And eventually, it will cause more pain down the road. And then also, while we're talking about posture, foot position and foot health. Okay, so sitting in a bad posture will cause you to go into, will cause your feet to come in. So it's called the arch. So basically, if you want to try it, some of you might be driving, but don't do this when you're driving. Obviously, stand up, put your feet forward, and then you're going to basically twist your feet out. So you're going to screw your feet in the floor. The feet won't move. Basically, your kneecaps will go from a little bit in to a little bit out. Okay, so that means you're going from internal rotation to external rotation. And when you do that, okay, that's the correct posture to be in. And when you're in this position, you can squeeze your butt hard. So just try and squeeze your butt as hard as you can when your feet are straight. Then relax, okay, and feel your butt when you're doing this. And then turn your feet out about 12, 15 degrees. Squeeze it again, okay. You should be able to squeeze it a little less harder. And then turn them out again. squeeze it again, gets a little less harder, and then basically duck feed them. One's going left, one's going right, and then try to squeeze your butt. Okay? And so if you're sitting in the bad position, if you're always in kyphosis, it's doing something to your feet. Okay? So when you walk, your feet should be straight. So anytime I'm in a place like an airport or a busy place and I'm walking behind people, it's like I will always be looking at their posture up on top, and then I'll also be looking at their feet. The majority of people, they've got at least 1 foot turned out. Okay? But yeah, so that's something you have to be aware of. And the shoes are going to play a big part. That's also a future episode of Unknown Death Causers. Like the Native American proverb that I always quote, take off your shoes, they will make you sick. Okay? So, all right, enough of that. If you want to, I have a sitting blog. Sitting is one of the new cancers, or one of the new smokings. ImprovementWarriorFitness.com/sitting. And it goes over some things that you can do to remedy sitting. If you're watching the video, obviously I am at a standing desk, and anytime I set my desk up outside, I am standing around it. Okay? All right. So, all right, 2015, there was a group of scientists, 250 from 40 different countries, that signed a petition
It's 2 o'clock.
expressing their concerns about the risks of non-ionizing radiation from electromagnetic fields from Bluetooth tech. So Bluetooth creates short-range radio frequency to connect to the device. So electromagnetic radiation travels in waves using electric and magnetic fields, and this can occur from AM, FM radio, cell phones, TVs, okay, wireless mouses, anything wireless. Okay, Bluetooth give off less radiation than cell phones. Okay, but remember the cell phone has multiple antennas, so you want to make sure Bluetooth is turned off. Okay, non-ionizing has energy to move atoms around, but it can't remove electrons from those ions. Okay, ionizing radiation can do both. Non-ionizing has less energy. Bluetooth is non-ionizing radiation, but it is still radiation. Okay? And the longer you are exposed to it, the more it disrupts your natural electrical patterns inside of you. Okay. All right. Jerry Phillips, he is from the University of Colorado. He was one of those group of scientists that signed the petition. And so he's a professor of biochemistry. And he says that wireless headphones pose a particular concern due to the fact they're worn in the ear canal. So Phillips said, "My concern for AirPods is that their placement in the ear canal exposes tissues in the head to relatively high levels of radio frequency radiation." Remember, the cochlea is in there, that is high in melanin. The scientists wrote, "Numerous recent scientific publications have shown that EMF affects living organisms at levels well below most international and national guidelines. The effects include increased cancer risk, cellular stress, increase in harmful free radicals, genetic damage, structural and functional changes of the reproductive system, learning and memory deficits, neurological disorders, and negative impacts on general well-being in humans." So the petition demands that existing guidelines be strengthened and the public be better informed of the risk of radio waves. So the subject is highly controversial, and previous studies proving a link between devices such as mobile phones and cancer have been dismissed, and that is because it's industry funded. Other scientists say there's no risk, like Kenneth Foster, a professor of bioengineering at the University of Pennsylvania, saying these arguments have no credibility. According to Medium Post, his Twitter account is all about neural linking up to the brain. So he obviously has an agenda to use this EMF to basically control you and make you a transhuman, basically. Okay, so always be curious. So curiosity is a sign of high dopamine, and we want to always be curious, always be asking questions. Why? Why is this guy saying this? Why is that guy saying that? Why am I saying what I'm saying? Okay, do the research. And if you're not willing to, then you've got to accept whatever comes your way if you're not willing to change your actions in regards to the stuff that is killing us, but not the unknown death causers. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick sunshine break. Finish off, we are going to get into some stuff from Dr. Jack Kruse from his reality series. This is from reality number 14. And his free blog post, so he's got the Patreon site and his membership site, but his free stuff, he's got, I believe it goes all the way to 2018 or 2020, and it is worth more than any college education you can get. So highly recommend looking into that and whatnot. So I'm just finishing up the reality series. So it's been life-changing, and I basically owe my health turnaround to him, and I'll never look back. So because I know the truth, and when you know the truth, you start, because most people don't want to know the truth. For instance, as in that we learned through the pandemic, but you've got to be open-minded, and you've got to look at what's in front of you. So he always has the quote, "It is the mark of an educated man to take something that they fundamentally do not believe, research it, look at it, and then see where it fits in your life." Okay? Because beliefs are beliefs because you're not willing to test them. Dogma is dogma because you're not willing to test it. Okay? So I was brainwashed for many, many years, thinking it was all about nutrition, all about fitness, all about that stuff, but all about supplements, but it's not. Okay? This is where the magic happens. So there's billions of things happening on a quantum level. Quantum electrodynamic theory is the science that has been proven right the most. So, yeah, and it's one of the principles that Dr. Kruse bases his information on. But let's get into it, and we'll finish this blog or this podcast out. All right. So, in regards to the Warburg effect, which we'll cover, metabolism is the process by which cells convert relatively simple extracellular nutrients into energy and the building blocks necessary for their growth and survival. In a cancer cell, metabolism is dramatically altered compared with the normal cell. These alterations are known as the Warburg effect. One consequence of these changes is a cellular addiction to glutamine during this redox shift in the mitochondria. In 1924, German biochemist Otto Warburg, who observed that cancer cells undergo a high rate of glycolysis and lactic acid fermentation even under normoxic conditions. So the take home, the Warburg redox shift is well known, but what causes it is not understood. What happens at the Krebs bicycle, where the TCA and the urea cycle meet in the matrix, the mitochondrial matrix, the growth of cancer cells is initiated by a relative lack of oxygen. But cancer cells need hyperoxia to grow to immortality, okay, or basically become that full tumor cell, or that full tumor, the malignant tumor. This initial change comes before cancer manifests, and this destroys mitophagy initially. So mitophagy is mitochondrial repair, just like autophagy is cellular repair. Once the cell adapts to a chronic pseudohypoxic state, the matrix undergoes a deeper shift where the TCA and urea cycles cannot be used well because of the proton accelerations or alterations at Krebs bicycle. Okay, so basically, we have changed our metabolism from using electrons to protons. Okay, or we have lost too many electrons in relation to protons. So this forces the cell to rely on glycolysis and the PPP, the pentose phosphate pathway, because of a kinetic isotope effect at Krebs bicycle. The chronic pseudohypoxia causes a nonlinear release of angiogenic factors into the arterial circulation to increase oxygen delivery from the blood cells to the cell, and this favors the two older metabolic pathways of glycolysis and the PPP for biosynthesis. Those two pathways are designed to work with low oxygen tensions that normally develop in certain cell lines. As a result of these proton effects, oncogenesis, aka cancer, occurs when oxygen tensions are changing and become artificially high. Along with the previous loss of autophagy, apoptosis, and mitophagy, the ongoing circadian mismatches that human faces, this eventually causes a complete inactivation of apoptosis. Apoptosis is cellular suicide. Autophagy is cellular recycling. Those are our two change programs in a cell. Okay, so they're very, very, very important. Okay, they happen mostly when we sleep, but you can induce them via fasting, and also exercise will help. Okay, but only exercising when you are leptin sensitive and not leptin resistant. So the retina, the RBCs, the red blood cells, and the embryonic stem cells all use the Warburg shift in a non-pathologic way to operate normally with sunlight. The pathologic Warburg shift occurs when both autophagy and apoptosis are inactivated. Warburg was the first to find out that cancer cannot live in an oxygen-poor environment. Blue light causes the extinction of both autophagy and apoptosis as blue light exposure continues via your eye and skin. Blue light links to all opsins in humans. Okay? I would add blue light and non-native EMF. Everything that we have been talking about will also cause the extinction of autophagy and apoptosis. So the opsins are located in eyes and skin. All opsins are linked to retinol, which is vitamin A, which is the animal form of vitamin A, which is why it is one of the reasons why it is bad to be a vegan or a vegetarian. When artificial blue light is prominent, the retinol disassociates from the opsin, and the opsin and DHA complex is no longer functional. Okay, so when blue light and non-native EMF is prominent in your environment, the retinol, the vitamin A, unhooks from the opsin and also the DHA complex, and so it's no longer functional. This will lower your vitamin A recycling in any tissue of neuroectodermal origin, okay, which is skin and your brain. And it will also lower the recycling of DHA recycling and proton recycling in the TCA urea cycle via Krebs bicycle. And this is what causes the breakdown of circadian mechanisms. As vitamin A cycle becomes extinguished by chronicity of blue light and non-native EMF, its thermodynamic coupler, which is vitamin D3, sulfated vitamin D, also drops in kind. So think of vitamin A and vitamin D as basically Siamese twins. One drops, the other drops. You find one's low, the other is probably low. Okay? And the only thing that can sulfate vitamin D3 is sulfated cholesterol. And the only thing that can sulfate cholesterol is, take a guess, sunlight. Okay? All right. Non-native electromagnetic fields are well-known disruptors of the calcium control and calcium-gated channels to alter what can enter or exit a mitochondrion. This implies we do not have to have an ionizing form
It's 2:30.
of radiation for nuclear DNA to get oncogenic transformation or cancer transformation. It implies that a change in energy and information variance from the mitochondria in the AMPK pathway may be the key signal in the Warburg redox shift. And this shift is always seen with abnormal free radical generation and the cells releasing more ELF UV light than normal, extreme low frequency UV light. Okay? So the number one thing in a cell is communication, cellular, basically talking to each other. Your cells need to talk to each other. Okay? They do that by producing enzymes, free radicals, all kinds of things. But if something is blocked, so say for instance, you can only hear every third word in this podcast that I'm saying, you're not going to get anything out of it. Okay? You're going to be more confused than when you started. Okay? So cellular signaling. If that goes down, everything goes down. So the sunlight can't communicate the information, and that information needs to be delivered to certain places in the body to give you energy. Life is energy. Energy is life. You don't have it, you're going to search for artificial ways to get it. Okay? It has been proven by Fritz Popp and many, many others since. So he proved this back in the 60s and 70s that every living thing releases extreme low frequency UV light. And the more sick you are, the more you release. Which is why UV is super, super important. So we collect it during the day and then we signal at night with it. Okay. Most of the science would think that for radiation to cause a biological effect, they think it has to be ionizing to the DNA or RNA, because they think change occurs from inside out in a cell. The reality of epigenetic science says the exact opposite. The incident EMF is the key. Outside in is the key mitochondrial effect in turning on genes more than we would like. This is why ubiquitin, which is protein turnover, marking, and a relative pseudohypoxia are both elevated in most chronic disease states. Remember that cancer is a chronically turned on version of growth that is uncontrolled because circadian light cycles are decoupled from the ubiquitin protein turnover cycling. How? The first step of the pentose phosphate pathway, PPP, is the irreversible committed step. This reaction is catalyzed by glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase. This step is allosterically regulated by light, proper light, sunlight. The product of this reaction is NADPH, is a strong inhibitor. So when the cytosol concentration of NADPH is high, the enzyme's activity is low. It also allosterically regulated by fatty acid acyl esters of coenzyme A, which is also controlled by sunlight because hormones regulate the process. Those hormones are made by light signals. Okay? All hormones are light induced, or light powered, sunlight powered. The transcription of the gene for this enzyme is under hormonal regulation. All pituitary hormones are controlled by dopamine levels initiated in the eye under circadian control. So remember, we talked about dopamine and how melanin breaks down into dopamine. But if you don't have any melanin inside of you, then you're going to become more addicted, and the addiction just keeps going and going and going, and you can't get enough. And that's when the really bad things come, where depression and anxiety and suicide start to happen. Okay? So, all mitochondria are on a circadian cycle tied to light and dark. Okay? Melatonin, the hormone that controls our mitochondrial DNA, and dopamine controls the pituitary hormone release, are made from IRA and UVA morning light in the eye first. So IR is infrared light. Okay, 42% of all sunlight that comes to Earth is red, in the red spectrum. Okay, that is how important it is. Okay, no light bulb, no phone has red in it anymore. They have recently banned incandescents in America, but also other places. So if you remember, the incandescent bulb got hot. So when you touched it, it was hot. You would burn yourself depending on how long it was on. So I was able to miss many days of school because I would say I would have a fever. They would bring the thermometer in. Grandma or mom would bring the thermometer in. I would take the thermometer, put it next to the light bulb for a few seconds, and then take it back. Okay? So I'm sure most people who grew up in the 70s, 80s did that as well. But so that's why the sunrise and UVA is the most important thing for your health. So never miss the sunrise. So that is basically the that tells the pituitary gland to turn on the pituitary or the hormone factory. Okay, and then when UVA comes out, that tells it to turn off. Okay, but it also sets the circadian rhythm due to the melanopsin, the blue light in the sun. So we have melanopsin in our eye and skin, and also other places, arterioles, bone, and other places as well. Okay, so that also will disrupt the vitamin A cycle in the eye because every human photoreceptor is bound to an opsin. The hormonal control comes from the pituitary gland, whose hormones are released by AM light frequencies of sunlight, and they are ruined by man-made light, which is anatomically located next to the median eminence of the brain, which links to your analog circadian system to environmental signals coded for by the water that is found in the cerebral spinal fluid. Okay, so we should be bringing everything together here. The median eminence has no blood-brain barrier and is bathed in CSF, which means it is bathed in exclusion zone coherent water. Lots of electrons. What ultimately controls this regulation? So the EMF, sunlight, which is a natural EMF, found in the environment of the DNA at this time, at the time that wherever you are, controls that. So if your CSF surrounding this area is electron dense or not, this is ultimately going to determine what the DNA and RNA of your cells is making our hormones to be paramagnetic or not. Okay? So if you wake up, you see the sunrise, you get the early UVA, you will your pituitary gland and your cells and your hormones will tell the DNA, RNA to make the proper hormones. But if you wake up, you look at your phone, you're watching TV, you have the Wi-Fi on all day, all night. Okay, you put the phone on your head, you put the AirPods in your ear, you just put the Apple Watch on your thing, walk around with the phone in your pocket. Okay, then you are not going to make that, and then the electron density goes down, and then domino effect. So light only interacts with electrons photoelectrically. Okay, so whatever electrifies DNA, RNA controls its epigenetic expression. That is epigenetics 101. Mitochondrial redox level control the light released in the system. Fritz Popp showed in Warburg redox shifted cells that ELF UV light is released to an excess. The higher the mitochondrial redox is, the more quiet your DNA RNA expression is. So cells stay turned off rather than being turned on. The less energy flux through the mitochondria, the more active the genome becomes. Okay? The key to building the mitochondrial redox is sunlight exposure and light assimilation by the cell. Are you making any connections to nature yet, folks? So you can become a fat burner just using AM solar exposure by using the PPP, because this will limit excessive ROS mitochondrial leak, optimizing your 100 Hertz oscillation in your mitochondria while down-regulating the AMPK pathways when sunlight is the dominant EMF your cells experience. Okay? And there was just a study that came out in the last month that showed if you don't get sunrise, you don't get beta oxidation. Beta oxidation is fat burning. Okay? Now, you can force it by doing stupid things like cutting your calories, doing endless amounts of exercise and cardio, okay? But that is not the proper way to do it. That is a good way to ruin your hormones. Okay? Just ask anybody who has done that, been on stage for a bodybuilding show, went to a photo shoot or something like that. Okay? Now, IRA and UVA light as the incident EMF allows for proper AMPK control and free radical signaling. And for signaling, number one, for our body. Blue light from man-made devices and the radiation is a different incident electromagnetic wave that causes a relative lack of oxygen and alters the free radical signaling in the cells. So, we seem to know that X-rays, another incident EMF, can cause cancer. But we seem oblivious that blue light has the same potential despite its lower power density. Okay? The reason is that blue light increases a higher heteroplasmy rate, and this lowers oxygen tensions in a cell. Okay? So, never get an X-ray unless you absolutely need it. Okay? Lower levels of melatonin is associated with higher heteroplasmy. How do we make melatonin? UVA light. Sunrise is the precursor for that. It is well established in the literature that blue light destroys melatonin levels. So ask yourself why no one is linking artificial light to cancer and also non-native EMF. It appears the incident electromagnetic wave is the trigger stimulus to the redox shift in the mitochondria because of the ROS, reactive oxygen species response, made in your mitochondria and the relative choking it causes. Okay? This energy flow from the mitochondria, this is energy flow from your mitochondria, and it changes the biochemical responses in your cells. Okay. Now, this is seasonal light changes your mitochondrial energy flow with the changing EMF background from the sun's natural cycle. Okay, so you're going to get more in the summer, less in the winter. Man's cells have never been optimized for an alien light source since that source was created by Edison in 1879. And remember, it wasn't until Tesla and Westinghouse lit up the Chicago Fair in 1895 that we got the power grid. And then it wasn't until 1924 when cities started lighting up and using artificial light. So France was the first city in 1924 to light up. So it's now 2024, 100 years, okay, bad stuff has happened, and disease epidemics have taken off since then. Okay, and obviously with the invention of the light bulb and the AC power grid, other things have come into play. Okay, radar, cell phones, cordless phones first, then cell phones, cell towers, AirPods, all the stuff that we've got now. Everything smart, but it's really dumb. Okay, when your environment is littered with man-made non-native EMF waves, this is impossible to optimize your AMP pathway because your AMP pathways are turned on, not off, which will simulate the Warburg redox shift in your mitochondria. Nora Bolkow, in 2011 paper, proves that. Alan Fry proved it before her. We in science and medicine keep ignoring it. This is where the Warburg shift comes from. Our colony of mitochondria is optimized for solar light EMF, not man-made EMF. With excessive EMF fields found in our environment, one loses the ability to burn fat well, unconsciously. regardless of the food you eat, because our five senses were not evolved to sense when the field effect moves from a waveform micropulsation event to a particle-based field event.
It's 2:45.
So light can either be a wave or a particle. Now, people forget that all light waves are transformed to electromechanical waveforms in a cell. Your sixth sense is based on your mitochondria, because mitochondria are designed to respond to oscillations it receives from the cell membrane and cytosolic water it creates. These micropulsations are measured by the mitochondrial respiratory proteins, and the distance between them is linked to the incident EMF the system senses. The amount of natural solar EMF and non-native EMF in the environment adjusts the sizes and shapes of its own respiratory proteins and the distance between them to signal to the nuclear genome, your DNA, whether it should react or remain quiet. Okay, Epigenetics 101. A high mitochondrial redox begins with a wireless connection to the sun. While we are bound to the surface of the earth, high mitochondrial redox potential equals a quiet nuclear DNA genome. Low mitochondrial redox potential equals increased ubiquination, aka protein turnover, which is the most expensive thing a cell goes through, and an active nuclear genome. That equals the Warburg shift in your mitochondria, then you get mitochondrial diseases. Okay, the key here is to realize this function of glutamate may be disrupted in mitochondria, that highly heteroplasmic cells, and has undergone a redox shift. This occurs because energy is lacking in the system. This raises the point, what is mitochondrial heteroplasmy anyway? Heteroplasmy links to the water layers adjacent and surrounding the mannose layer, surrounded by the respiratory proteins, to the TCA and the urea cycles. So when that water is not structured to become an exclusion zone, EZ water, the hydrogen bonding network is not tight enough in the water's network around the mitochondria. As a result, those networks are less condensed and they're more spread out. So think of a game of Red Rover, Red Rover. Okay? You want to go to the weak. You always wanted to go to the weak person or the weak people, not the strong people. Okay? So this allows the proteins to spread out further than they should. Every 1 angstrom of stretching out between your respiratory proteins leads to less electron tunneling and a massive loss of redox power in your mitochondria by a factor of 10. And why does this happen? Water has some anomalous properties when it is heated by IRA light, and light takes full advantage of these properties in a cell to improve energy flux in a mitochondria. Okay, so we release IR light, and we also release ELF UV light. Okay, IR light is supposed to be your natural heater. Okay, so if you're cool all the time, means your heater sucks, means your mitochondria sucks, means your ability to release light, or the proper light, sucks. Okay. All right, NAD plus and NADPH are key proteins in pentose phosphate pathway. The PPP becomes critical to the glutamine surge in disease states. NAD plus and NADPH are key proteins in the pentose phosphate pathway. The PPP becomes critical to the glutamine surge in disease states to replace nitrogen in the carbon cycle of cytochrome 1, where NAD plus is chronically low because of pseudohypoxia, aka choking, in the mitochondria. It does this by controlling the flow of protons in certain biochemical pathways. Most heteroplasmy rates are high because of low NAD plus, as David Sinclair showed us in December 2013 in his key paper on that topic. Okay. Other part of the Warburg hypothesis is linked to hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemia is exactly what Nora Volkow found in 2011 and what Alan Fry found in the 60s and 70s when people's brains were exposed to non-native EMF. AMPK pathways are raised. They describe this process in their papers. What neither of them did is link it to how protons recycle in pathways to be placed in DNA and RNA to work epigenetically with solar frequencies using topology. This is the basis of the epigenetic programs in humans. This is a biophysical process. Sinclair's results showed us in diseases of aging, low NAD+, and pseudohypoxia in the mitochondria of cells linked to a redox shift was the key change to aging and mitochondrial heteroplasmy. And I'll read that again. Sinclair's results showed us in diseases of aging, low NAD+, and pseudohypoxia, aka choking, can't breathe, in the mitochondria of the cells linked to a redox shift was the key change to aging and mitochondrial heteroplasmy. So why are we still looking in the nuclear DNA genome for answers to disease of aging when it's clear the issue is in the mitochondria? Okay. Light is designed to hit the protein, and the electromagnetic wave is changed to electromechanical vibration in the hydration of the shell of the protein. That electromechanical wave created by these collisions affects things suspended in the cytosol. A mitochondrion is swimming in this sea of water that it creates. That water has key biophysical features. Water in the ocean does not share. Water inside a cell accepts this transduced light signal to make sense of the energy and information in the light vibration that hits your proteins. The size and shape of proteins are key to the right oscillation being generated. When the environmental signal changes, it is sensed by the mitochondria to change energy flux in a cell. This can be from incident EMFs or from oxygen levels. These are the key things that mitochondria use proximally and distally in the electron chain transport. When the environmental stimulus is chronic and sustained, it tends to force a redox shift that can only use glucose or glutamine when non-native EMF, low NAD+, or pseudohypoxia exists. This chronic environmental stimulus leads to a new response in your mitochondria. Mitochondrial energy flux changes nuclear signaling so that an immortality or pro-growth response is made. This response blocks apoptosis, cell suicide, and mitophagy, mitochondrial repair, in your mitochondria, and we get a clonal expansion of poorly functioning mitochondria in a tissue. Because of the gene deletion in mitochondrial DNA, it is the only choice a mitochondrion has in this situation. And when redox power is decreased chronically, it will lead to a disease phenotype that manifests solely from the loss of energy production from that defective mitochondria. So that is the basis of Doug Wallace's work for the past 40 years. If this brownout energy loss becomes chronic in your mitochondria, cancer will be the eventual reality because a low redox state activates nuclear expression. Cancer is a mitochondrial disease and Warburg's effect, and glutamine metabolism proves it when you view it from the energy perspective and not the genome perspective. This is why the nuclear genome focuses in cancer research is very narrow and myopic. The use of yeast modeling also has allowed for major gaps in logic to develop in the published literature since 1970, and that is why it is a waste of money to donate to cancer research. This light antenna is a big deal to the quantum clinician with a different perspective. It is not present in yeast, plants, and photosynthetic bacteria, but it is present in things with a mitochondria. Why? Light travels via a twisting spiral because its electric field is always orthogonal, 90 degrees, to the magnetic field in an electromagnetic wave. This means as light travels toward any object and interacts in any media, it spirals. Light has an angular momentum because of this spin. The type of light you surround your tissues with alone on your surfaces can start this process or slow the process of a Warburg metabolism. Hence, a lowering of the energy charge accelerates the oxidation of amino acids, and this points out why Fritz Pop found diseased and cancer cells lost massive amounts of light, while glutamine was shuttled like an addiction to the mitochondria. When amino acids become oxidized, they change their shape and size, and this changes the vibrations they can make with sunlight and in cell water. Okay? So that is why if you are in a non-native EMF dominant location and environment for a long time, and you go out in the sun for say 5-10 minutes, okay, it's going to take longer for you. Okay, 5-10 minutes, maybe not enough, which is why it's super important to change that non-native EMF environment. Okay, because the more you spend in it, and the less you spend away from nature, or the more time you spend away from nature, then more issues will occur. Okay, so the sun cannot equalize. So 5 to 10 minutes of sun cannot equalize 8 hours of having your AirPod in your head. Okay, that's just idiotic. And if you don't think so by now, then we've got some problems. You've got low dopamine. Listen to the dopamine webinar. All right. And in humans, it tends to spiral clockwise, and this is why our tissues have a chirality to them. People and scientists just looking for directional or looking for direct biochemical connections of GDH in a Warburg metabolism are not wise. Why? Molecular resonance is how these pathways operate as semiconductive pathways between the surface of the eye and skin and the rest of the body. This is why mammalian GDH has a helical antenna unique to our species. That protein uses protons to make the difference in redox transfers to our proteins. Its protein is a light antenna for specific light frequencies and protons that turn it on or off. Blue light has the energy to turn it on, and UVA and IRA turn it off based on how electrons and protons are controlled. Many states of dysregulation, the electromagnetic spectrum of light is very large and variable. And this is why non-native EMF can have so many non-linear effects in the cell. Eukaryotic cells work best from 0 to 200 hertz. Okay, remember that's 0 to 200 spins, okay, or cycles per second, and within the visible spectrum of sunlight. Today's world is much different than Earth's native EMF action field. We all know UV light can penetrate our surfaces, cannot penetrate our surfaces well. So how does the light get inside our bodies? So it gets there from food electrons. It also gets there from the biophoton field at night. When we eat food, the food becomes excited electrons and protons. We break them down to electrons and protons. These electrons are excited by sunlight via photosynthesis. Protons gain redox via their spin numbers. Electrons are always delivered nonstop to the inner mitochondrial membrane to enter the electron chain transport when we eat. But is there a caveat to this normal situation? Yes, there is. In direct sunlight, we do not need food electrons to make ATP. In fact, this is how apoptosis is controlled in sunlight to limit cancer. Cancer cells inactivate apoptosis to remain immortal and grow. When UVA and IR light are hitting the skin and our eyes naked, redox is rising, apoptosis is useful, and we do not need as much food. IRA light can spin the ATPase and affect the cytochrome 4, which is COX, which has 4 red light chromophores in that control the mechanisms of apoptosis. Okay. But when we do not eat and we are in sunlight with UVA and IRA
It's 3 o'clock.
light, electron chain transport flow from NAD, NADH cytochrome is slowed down to cytochrome 4, but as highly powered electrons are entering cytochrome C oxidase. Why? UVA light in the eye and the skin makes nitric oxide in the skin. It enters the bloodstream to inhibit cytochrome C oxidase tunneling while the red light keeps moving H+, hydrogen plus, through the ATPase while oxygen levels are decreased. They are decreased because they are linked to ECT, electron transport flow speed. Without electrons to reduce electrons, not as much oxygen is needed. The IRA light activates the ATPase to act as a perfect quantum nanomachine turbine to make 2/3 of the ATP a cell needs to operate with no input from excited food electrons. UV light by itself raises venous oxygen saturation. Cancer cells operate with inhibited apoptosis and are much more likely when people are not in the sun. This is why I always tell people sunlight is nature's cancer vaccine. Understanding how sunlight works the inner mitochondrial membrane is the key to understanding why a lack of solar light requires more food to feed the electron chain transport to flow to oxygen. Light gets there on the backs of electrons from food. Sunlight does. And from protons indirectly by way of the sun. This is how excitons work in chloroplasts. It appears it may be how light works in your mitochondria too. When mitochondria are stressed, calcium comes rushing out, calcium efflux. Why? It is trying to retune the inner mitochondrial membrane to oscillate at 100 hertz so it can return to fat burning and using fat as energy. When it cannot, mitochondrial stress increases. It increases in size and heteroplasmy rates rise. The influx of mitochondrial calcium increases the rate of oxygen consumption to create a relative pseudohypoxia, choking at the tissue level because the activation of calcium-activated dehydrogenases, GDH, mentioned above, and by activating mitochondrial nitric oxide synthase. Decreases the rate of oxygen consumption because nitric oxide is a competitive inhibitor of cytochrome oxidase. Your cells need mechanisms that ensure that the rate formation of ATP matches tissue requirements for that molecule. In most mammalian cells, ATP is mainly formed through mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation. Changes in ATP synthesis, ATPase, can be completed through the alterations in which the activities of the mitochondrial dehydrogenases, IRA red light does this, which generate NADH and FADH for the respiratory chain. People do not realize IRA light can replenish these things with no food needed. Three of these dehydrogenases are of particular importance: pyruvate dehydrogenase, NAD+, and dependent isocitrate dehydrogenase, and 2 oxoglutarate dehydrogenases, because they can be activated by increases in calcium ratios, or NAD plus NADH, or ADP-ATP ratios. Non-native EMF is well known to cause calcium imbalance in cells, especially the mitochondria. And calcium, among its many biological functions, is an essential metabolic regulator that can lead to massive amplification of ROS that increases heteroplasmy. It turns out electromagnetic fields are fully capable of disrupting this ability in living things. We do not need any nuclear DNA change for this to happen. Okay? Anyone who calls for nuclear change in genes from non-native EMF makes their ignorance known to the audience they are speaking to. Okay? So it's a mitochondrial change, and then that signals to the DNA to turn on or off certain genes. Calcium flux can stimulate glycogen breakdown. It triggers muscle contraction and mediates many hormonal signals as a second messenger. Calcium also plays an important role in the regulation of the citric acid cycle by activating pyruvate dehydrogenase, NAD+, the dependent isocitrate dehydrogenase, and 2-oxoglutarate dehydrogenase, thus allowing the same signal that stimulates muscle contraction to activate the production of ATP to sustain it in the mitochondria. Hence, calcium flows are linked and coupled to many feedback mechanisms: oxygen consumption, NADH reoxidation and ATP production are tightly coupled to coordinate its NADH production with energy expenditure. Calcium also is tied to evoke potentials on EEGs in the brain. This can alter neurotransmitter release. Non-native EMF can do this to any cell without any nuclear DNA activation. A falling NAD plus and pseudohypoxia are what makes up the Warburg mechanism in all mitochondrial diseases, but what causes it is a failing mitochondrial redox shift. So why are we still looking in the nuclear DNA genome for the answer? Okay, never waste your time trying to explain your ideas to those who are committed to misunderstanding your perspectives about science or about anything. In fact, a dumb man's practitioner's report of what a smart man says can never be fully accurate because that person unconsciously translates what they hear into something only they can comprehend. They have no clue what they are missing, and they are misleading many off of a cliff. Okay? For the economy to be healthy, America has to remain unhealthy. Okay? And healthy is in quotes, because technology is driving both sides of the equation today. This is an inconvenient truth. Most scientists and people do not see it this way, but I do. It's obvious when you understand mitochondria and what Warburg found in 1924. The implications are immense for mankind. We are looking into the nuclear genome for a solution to a mitochondrial problem. This is why healthcare paradigm cannot solve the chronic disease conundrum of modern man. Yeah. So that is it. I think. Hold on. Let me check here. But that is a mouthful or an earful. You'll probably have to listen to that 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 times. But if you basically understand it, it is the mitochondrial redox shift. Okay? Heteroplasmy starts to rise, and that is what starts the disease process. Once your heteroplasmy reaches a certain point, okay, you're going to start to notice a decline. Now it starts when we're younger. Usually, before when we were younger, we used to be born with heteroplasmy rates of 0%. Now today, kids are being born 10, 20, 30%. That's also why genetic diseases are on the uprise. Okay, if you have a genetic disease, okay, which is affecting the nuclear DNA, you will also have crappy mitochondrial DNA, okay, which shoots both ways. So you can improve genetic diseases by improving your mitochondria, okay? But if you continue to do things unabated with non-native EMF, then things are just going to break down. Your heteroplasmy rates are just going to rise, rise, and rise, and rise until it just breaks, okay? Cancer is the worst. Well, not the worst. Dying from a deadly heart attack or a stroke would be the worst. Okay? So that is it for this podcast. I know it is long, but share it out to whoever needs to hear this. Okay? You can go to the Unknown Death Causer website, improvementwarriorfitness.com/UDC for all the podcasts. And any podcasts that have not been made, they will be put on that page as well. And there's free bonuses on there as well. So the goal is to educate somebody. I'm not saying that if you do these things, because I used to do these things. I used to put the phone on my head. I used to have the phone in my pocket. I used to sleep with the phone right next to my bed. Okay? I would wake up, look at the phone for Instagram inspiration. So I followed accounts that I shouldn't have been following, and that were supposedly motivation, but really they are sickness and health, sickness and disease in disguise. Okay, telling me to wake up and meditate under blue light at 5 a.m. Okay, not a good idea. But yeah, so yeah, share that out and take a look at that website, download all the bonuses and whatnot. So the goal is not to say you're dumb, you're stupid for doing this, okay? The goal is to get you curious. I want to raise your dopamine. So you've got to take a look at the other webinars, podcasts, whatnot, and especially the circadian rhythm ones, because that leads, or is the number one factor for our health. Okay, but all this non-native EMF, it can absolutely destroy our health. The sun cannot negate hours and hours and hours of poor decisions. Okay? Now, the worst thing some people might have to do is you might live in an area where it's just impossible to hack your environment. So that's the number one thing, is you want to hack your environment. You want to find out what your vitamin D level is currently, unsupplemented. So if you are supplementing with vitamin D, stop that for 3 months, then come back, test, see where your vitamin D level is. Okay? If it is low, so it's under 60, and the lower it goes, the worse the environment. Okay? So that's basically a snapshot into your health, snapshot into your environment. Does it suck, or is it pretty good? Can you live here? All right? Yeah, so I talked about the smart meter earlier. So if you have that wall of smart meters on your outside of your condo or your apartment, time to move. Okay, you can't hack that. Okay, it's just time to move. But yeah, so like I said, goal not to make you feel down. Goal is to educate you. Okay, it's all about education. It's all about taking things that you fundamentally do not believe, looking at them, applying them, or not applying them, and see how your life changes. Okay, that's how we become better. That's how we become the improvement warrior. Okay, that's how we become mitochondriacs. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so basically, stop being a little bitch. Take a look at the information. Share the information. So don't forget to follow me on all the socials: Facebook, Instagram, sun.yun.jason, YunTraining on Twitter and YouTube, and Jason Yun 3010 on LinkedIn. Okay. If you want more information, hashtag EMF with Yun or 5G with Yun will help you out in terms of this subject, but I pretty much post the hashtag at the end of all my social media posts and blogs. Okay, but I'm not sure if Facebook is doing something weird, so it's probably best to search on LinkedIn or Instagram for those. But
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
If you are looking for a quick and easy guide on how to get started with improving your health to optimal, then check out my free guidebook, Improvement Warrior Mitochondriac. A 17-step guidebook going over everything from the sun to melatonin to water to cold exposure to electro-pollution and much, much more. It can get quite confusing listening to multiple health coaches, blogs, podcasts, videos, etc., especially with where to start and where to go next. Check out the guidebook at improvementwarriorfitness.com/mitochondriac. Just mitochondria with a C at the end.
There is no tomorrow.
that is not it. Not yet. I realized I did not make a list of things you can actually do to help yourself. I know it was sprinkled here and there throughout, but it was very long and you may not remember, so I wanted to make a summary of some of the things that you can do to protect yourself. But first, I wanted to share with you something that I learned while editing this. In France, in 2015, they passed the law called the Abielle Law, Abeille. It imposed several regulations on the use of wireless internet in schools. They banned Wi-Fi in nurseries for children under 3 years old, and it should be banned for all the way up to high school. They require primary schools to disable Wi-Fi when it's not being used for pedagogical activities. Institutions with Wi-Fi must publicly indicate the presence of Wi-Fi networks, informing the users about their exposures to EMF. Rather than here, it's like, hey, it's a Wi-Fi hotspot. You've got free Wi-Fi here. Come in. Stupid. And the last one is the law restricts advertising of mobile phones to children under 14 years old. So France, a lot better with their EMFs and EMF protection when it comes to children. But here is the list that I made, and I just want to go over it here. So it's kind of hard to see. I wrote it in colored pencil while I was watching my son's baseball game. Number one is throw away your AirPods and Apple Watch and anything else that basically touches your body. So I know you invested money, you can sell it, but remember, if you sell it, that is just passing it down the line, so next person in line becomes unhealthy and whatnot. So we're trying to spread the word. Unknown death causers is what these are, and we're trying to bring them into the known. So smash them. You made a mistake. You bought them. It's your fault. Okay, now you know, and you know the dangers of them. So smash them, burn them, whatever you got to do. Yeah. So the best thing to do is, if you for AirPods, if you're gonna do, you can do wired. That is a lot better, but remember there is still EMF going down that cord. Then air tubes would be the next best thing up. I'll put a link in the show notes, improvementwarriorfitness.com/UDC3. So air tubes, they just, it's a tube and it just runs the air, and then somehow your ear makes the sound. So melanin turning light into sound waves. That's how we actually hear. And then the best way after that is speakerphone. So that's the actual best way. Okay, and if your phone can be on airplane mode, that would be even better. Number two is an EMF case or a Faraday pouch. So EMF case, there's all different companies that make them. I've used Defender Shield, and I currently have the Safe Shield. I think Defender Shield is better. improvementwarriorfitness.com/Defender Shield, and there are a bunch of other companies that make them. I'll have all the companies that I would actually recommend. I would not recommend going on Amazon. You want to have actual studies and proof that they actually block things. So not just reports or something that they claim, because I mean you can make any claims that you want, but you need to have actual studies and whatnot. EMF case or a Faraday pouch. So if you are watching, this is the EMF case from Safe Shield. So it acts as a wallet as well. So does Defender Shields. Okay. But yeah, and then there's Faraday pouches. So Faraday, if you've not heard that word, it's basically just it's a word for protection. So you're protected against it. So water is the number one Faraday cage that you can find. If your vitamin D is low, then your Faraday cage sucks. If your vitamin D is above 60, then you've got a pretty awesome Faraday cage. You're basically immune to a lot of things that would affect you if, say, it was 30 or 20. I am about to, I've been looking into getting a Faraday fanny pack. So, fanny pack's coming back, baby. All right. Number 3, Wi-Fi. At night, off. That is the minimum. Okay? Be like France. When you're not using it, turn it off. Okay? Otherwise, the apps better than that is Ethernet. Switch to Ethernet. We use Wi-Fi, but on a very limited basis. I would say 99% of the time it is Ethernet. And yeah, so we don't need it. Okay, just in case I need to download something or the internet doesn't work, especially in the summer because I'm in a preserve, so we got trees in the front, trees in the back, and a lot of times the phone signal absolutely sucks and we can't get anything done, especially in the summer. But in winter, when the leaves go down, it's a little bit better. Ethernet is the best, so you can wire your computers and whatnot wherever you need to. Just take that cord. So I set up my outdoor office and hook the Ethernet up out there. If you are in an apartment condo, it's going to be a little different for you, just depending because you can't control the person above you, the person to the right, the person to the left, the person underneath you, depending on where you are in that apartment complex. So, I mean, if you truly care about your health, and especially if you're electro-hypersensitive, you've been having symptoms of EHS, then maybe it's just time to move, and that's the simple thing to do. Or you can get a Faraday net, so it's just a net that you hang on your bed and you're encased in it. I know Dr. McCullough has an EMF sleeping bag, and I think it's like $600, and the EMF net is somewhere similar. I use the EMF rocks right here, which I did an interview with the owner, Justin Franston. That was episode number 29. So you can look those up, improvementwarriorfitness.com/EMF rocks. He also has Faraday pouches that you can put your phone or iPad in. I've had one of them. I got a different one, and this is basically what I put my phone in as well. So it's usually on airplane mode. It's in a safe shield case, and then it's in a Faraday pouch. That's how seriously I take this shit. So I still need to do the experiment where I actually test myself whether it helps me sleep better or not. I did notice a difference the first week I did it, so go figure. Number 4, phone on airplane mode, especially a phone on airplane mode when not in use, and especially when you sleep. Yeah, I mean, sleep is the number one thing that we do. Every single person, the day starts at midnight for every single human and every single animal, and you should be asleep for it, unless you're a nocturnal animal, but humans are not nocturnal. So you should be asleep by midnight. No, not by midnight, by 11 p.m. Because in between 12 and 2 a.m., that's the most important time for a human in terms of our circadian rhythm, autophagy, apoptosis, recovering, regeneration, all that stuff. Okay, but I know people who sleep with their phone right next to their bed, not on airplane mode. I've heard of people sleeping with their phone under their pillow on silent mode. That's like, what? It's just, people are just low dopamine, and yeah. So if you are that kind of person who needs to be on call for something, then the phone needs to be as far away from you as possible, or simply get a landline. Okay, or you can have a computer set up that is not close to you. And I mean, I use Google Voice for pretty much most, I'd say 90% of my calls and texts, and that's how I do my phone. But you can get a landline, very simple. Yeah, if you are someone who has to be on call and whatnot. It took a while to get my wife to turn over to turning her phone on airplane mode, because she was like, what if there's an emergency? It's like, who are you, Superman? What are you going to do? Fly over there in 30 seconds and save the day? Okay? If there's an emergency, there's emergency technicians, there's police, there's firemen, there's ambulance people. Okay? They are the people that are supposed to take care of that stuff. You need to focus on your health. Turn your phone on airplane mode when you sleep. Minimum. Okay. And I know the Apple Watches, they've got airplane mode, but throw it away. It shouldn't be on your wrist because it's emitting 24/7 as long as it's not on airplane mode. And Yeah, so that's number 1. Throw those away. All right, number 6, and this isn't completely, so this is all EMF, okay, not just wireless. Number 5 is about your computer. So you can download an app, either Iris or Flux. I prefer Iris because you can set the color temperature down to 0, so you can take all the blue light out. Flux, you can only go down to 2700. Flux is free. Iris, I believe, is $15, but you can check Iris out, improvementwarriorfitness.com/Iris, and Flux is F.LUX. Okay, and then you also can get a grounding cord for your computer. So I'll have the link in the show notes, but basically it's just a USB, plug it into your computer, then you plug that into your outlet. Okay, and the thing about outlets is if your plug has the 3 prongs, that means it's a grounded plug. If it only has 2 prongs, it is ungrounded. So that way it's giving out more dirty electricity, so it's giving out more EMF. So you can get 3-prong type stuff. So you can get extensions here. So there's a 3 extensions, so it's got 3 prongs, you plug it in, and you've got the 2, if you've only got 2, so something like this Apple charger, and you just plug that in, and then it's grounded because it's going into the socket as a 3-prong. Okay, but you don't want to plug a 2-prong into a socket. And then you can be grounded at your computer. So I am grounded right now. I am inside, but I have a wrist strap around me, and then I have a cord that just snaps onto the wrist strap, and then the wrist strap is connected to a copper wire, and then that copper wire goes out my window, and then that copper wire attaches to a grounding rod, a copper rod that's just stuck. It's just a stake, portable stake. I'll have that in the show notes as well. Yeah. The other thing is try not to use your computer when you are using it. Try not to charge your computer when you're using it. So if that's possible, so be grounded if you absolutely need to. More EMF is going to be occurring when you are charging it. And I'll have a video for my outdoor setup. So I was out there earlier today and grounded and basically in a Kaneki tan through bathing suit. Highly recommend getting that. So sunning your balls, sunning your private parts, one of the most important things is the sun is the best. It's the only natural vaccine that we have against cancer. Number 6 is One Tap Zap. So Rusty, solar powered, good guy to follow on Twitter. He made an app, and he is at ZE_Rusty. He made an app called One Tap Zap. It's only for Apple products, so iPhone, iPad, and your computer. But basically you just tap, you just do one tap, and then it takes the flicker out, it takes the blue light out, and it turns the EMF off, all of it. Okay, so you can check that out, improvementwarriorfitness.com/solar powered. Number 7 is for your TV. Waken. It's basically just a screen that goes on your TV. They used to have red, they don't have those anymore, it's just amber, but that takes 80% of the blue light out of your TV. So if you have somebody like my wife who's not going to wear blue blockers all the time, that's going to be awesome for yourself. So my kids are in there right now. They have their orange blue blockers on as well. You're not allowed to watch TV, even with the Waken screen on, without blue blockers in this house. So, or they are not. You can go to improvementwarriorfitness.com/Waken, and I believe the code is Improvement Warrior or Improvement Warrior 10. All lowercase, Number 8, no TV in the room. If you do in your bedroom, if you do have one in the bedroom, unplug it. If it's in your child's bedroom, get it out of the bedroom right now. Okay. You do not want to fall asleep to TV. I mean, even with a waken screen, if it doesn't have a waken screen, it's even worse. So, good luck getting into the deep sleep and REM sleep, which is the recovery sleep. And Sleep Podcast, again, is episode number 7. I go over, is that a 26? Yeah, I think it's 26 sleep tips that you can do. Number 9 is electric vehicle. If you drive one, sell it. If you're thinking about it, don't. It's that simple. Okay. We're electromagnetic beings. We run off of DC electric current, and electric vehicles run off AC current. So, man-made interrupts what nature made. Okay. Number 10 is the electric, or two of the most dangerous stuff in terms of EMF is an electric toothbrush and an electric razor. Okay, so if you're using them, get rid of them. Go back to the hand razors or the hand toothbrush. And reason being, I mean, it's electric toothbrush going right in your mouth just a few inches from your brain, a few inches from your thyroid. If you're doing razor, obviously it's all over your face. And I used to, when I started shaving my head, I used an electric razor because I was an idiot back then. And basically just putting EMF all over my head, and close, right on my brain. Not smart. Number 11 is the smart meter and the power lines. So smart meter, find out where your smart meter is, and you can contact your electric company and switch it out for the analog system. Some companies, some states will charge you a fee, monthly fee, to have the guy come out and read it. But a lot of times you can fight that, and especially if you're electro-hypersensitive and whatnot. But I believe you have to go through a bunch of things. I haven't done that yet. Eventually I will, but I just put a smart meter cover on. That will be in the show notes where you can get that, but I'll have the video of me going through that and showing you with my EMF meter how it worked and whatnot. So it did work. And you especially want to take precautions, especially if the smart meter is somebody sleeps underneath it. Okay, that's going to be a major issue. And if you are in an apartment condo where you've got a wall of smart meters that powers all the complexes around you, then it's time to move. There's no excuse. It's time to move. Power lines. So my old house, across the street, our neighbor, and then in that neighbor's backyard was the start of a power meter or power line thingamajig. I don't know what the technical term for it is, but it's where the power lines started. So if that's the case, time to move. You have power lines going right over you, time to move. Closer they are to you, time to move. The book by Andrew Marino, Going Somewhere, that's one of the top 3 books that I recommend for everybody. So you've got Arthur Furstenberg's Invisible Rainbow, Robert O'Becker's The Body Electric, and Andrew Marino's Going Somewhere. Okay. And if you ever question EMFs after reading those books, then you've got issues. Okay. Number 12, a couple more here. Number 12, power to the room. You want to turn it off if you can. Just go to the circuit breaker, or figure out which ones go to the room, turn it off, especially turn it off for your kids. You can have a kill switch, so you can have an electrician put it in, or if you're handy with wires and stuff, you can put it in yourself, and basically you just hit one button and kills the power in that room. Yeah, so But if you can't do that, or you won't do that, or again, you live in a condo or apartment or someplace that you can't do that, or you have roommates that won't allow that, then just make sure your head is not like right next to an electrical socket or whatnot, or your feet or your body. Just reposition your room based on that. Okay. And number 13, grounded sleep. So I always ground when I am sleeping. So I have a grounded pillowcase that I just plug into the ground, and it's got a wire, and I shove the pillowcase up and around my shirt, because I have one of those. I use a giant Grogu or Chewbacca pillow, most comfortable pillow ever, and it doesn't fit over those. And I used to have a metallic sock, which basically you just clip a grounding rod or a grounding cord, and then that cord is connected to the grounding rod, and then you're sleeping grounded. They make grounded sheets, whatnot. The only thing I would recommend is never ever do a grounding sheet or a grounding anything that actually plugs into a socket. You want it to plug into the ground, into earth. Okay, and then last one is with your phone, you can connect to Ethernet. So I just found this out, and I just ordered it earlier today from Amazon. So it's a Lightning or Thunderbolt Ethernet connector, and basically you just plug the phone in and then plug that into the Ethernet, and then you're using Ethernet instead of your network and instead of Wi-Fi. So that's it. That is officially it for this podcast. Unknown Death Causers, number 3. Share it out to whoever you feel needs to hear this. Listen to this over and over and over again, and share it out. If you are listening to it on your phone, take a screenshot of it and share it to your stories. Tag me at sun.yun.jason. That's me on Facebook and Instagram. But otherwise, this has been a doozy. Thank you very much for listening, watching, however you're consuming it. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter. That's where you'll have all the up and comings. ImprovementWarriorFitness.com/NL. And don't forget to rate the podcast 5 stars. Super duper important to get it out there. And if you are not subscribed, please subscribe. So that helps get the podcast out there as well. And if you do want to support the podcast, you can go to ImprovementWarriorFitness.com/Patreon, or you can check out the other ways to support the podcast by going to the sponsors of the show in the show notes. That is ImprovementWarriorFitness.com/UDC3. Otherwise, have a great day. Stay strong. Stay positive. Be the improvement warrior.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Do you want to work more closely with me? Everybody needs a coach. Some need multiple coaches. A coach can come in many forms these days, from video to podcast to seminars to DVDs to books to Audible to in-person coaching to online coaching. Strength coach Dan John has the perfect quote: "If you are coaching yourself, then you have an idiot for a coach." If you are stuck in life with your health, business, mindset, wasting time, and don't know the next step, and you are ready to change, then the first step is to set up a discovery call with me. In this 5 to 10 to 15 minute call, we will discuss where you are and where you want to go, and what I can do to help you get there the fastest. To schedule your discovery call with me, simply go to ImprovementWarriorFitness.com/discovery call. We are always looking for ratings for the podcast. It helps my podcast be found by others looking to improve their life and health. as well as it helps us get ranked higher. So please help us out so that I may continue bringing this life-changing podcast to you and others around the world. Just go to the leave a review section of your favorite podcast listening app and let us know what you think. 5 stars is preferred, but please be honest. Thank you in advance. If you would like to support this podcast, then please visit me on Patreon to become a patron of Improvement Warrior Podcast. The podcast may be free for you, but it definitely is not free for me. So even if it's just $1 pledge or $3 or $50, I would greatly appreciate it. Just search on Patreon for Improvement Warrior or go to patreon.com/Improvement Warrior. It will also be listed in the show notes along with other ways to support the show via our sponsors or either via PayPal or Anchor support. To schedule your discovery call with me, simply go to